Ladies and gentlemen, welcome in the Czech, in a Congress Center in the Czech Republic, of course, some of you. Welcome in Prague at this wonderful conference on synergies. It's just 1 week ago, the Czech Republic took over the presidency of the Council of the EU, and the program is already full. We are having many debates, many events, and we hope that this one will be extraordinarily interesting. We are on the start of 2 days program, full of panels, full of presentations, and full of possibilities to meet people at the venue all around. This building is something that reminds on the history of the Czech Republic, on the time that what you have seen maybe also on the screen. You will even have a chance to look deeper to the building in the evening. But until then, please stay with us. Please do join our discussion, engage, and let's try to find some key points which we could take together and to move on the debate on this very important topic. We are living in a time of complicated challenges. The present is really demanding, but all of this is mostly about future. And if we don't set it in a correct way, it will be even more difficult to pass from the present to the future. We are hosting this conference on behalf of the presidency, and we are having also wonderful speakers from all around Europe here. But for the welcome and opening remarks, I will be happy to ask some of our politicians, some of our policymakers, who will tell you more about this agenda. But first, just few sentences to the technical side of the event. You have noticed there is a Wi-Fi all around, Synergies 2022. The same is the password, just with small letters. And you can join the discussion with Slido. If you look on the website, synergies2022.eu/stream, there is the streaming of the whole conference. So anybody can join us actually from the outside. But also on this page, you will find the link to Slido. And please don't hesitate to write there some questions you have on your mind during the whole day. But of course, you will also have a possibility to get a microphone and to ask us here physically. That's better. We are happy that we can organize this in a normal, old-fashioned way and not just online. So we do hope that we will have this discussion even in this way. And maybe to conclude this introduction, as you have noticed, there is kind of a sample exhibition in the foyer. It reminds on the whole program of the Czech presidency, which is really rich on various projects, some of them like this VR exhibition, where you need your tablets and smartphones, are dealing with the Sustainable Development Goals of the EU, which is the agenda we all are deep into. And this is just one of those examples how creative this can be. The model of this event is also very interesting because we don't want to debate and discuss and then to go home without any really conclusion or without concrete remarks. And that's why we have rapporteurs for each part of the conference. For today, it's the expert for EU funding and the managing director of the Czech Technology Agency, Mr. Martin Bunček. For tomorrow, there will be another reporter for each of the panels. There are 4 panelists tomorrow. So at the very back, there is a point where you can already now just put your name or put your mark to the panel you would like to visit tomorrow. But back to the moment right now, let me invite for the welcoming speech Mr. Vladimir Balaj, the Minister of Education, Youth and Sport of the Czech Republic. Mr. Minister.
Thank you very much. Dear Madam Commissioner, dear Ministers, dear State Secretaries, esteemed colleagues, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, to start with, I am very grateful that we have gathered here today on the occasion of holding the event, which will focus on the topic of synergies in the research and innovations funding in Europe. I warmly welcome you all to the Prague Congress Center, which is hosting this two-day conference, and I'm very glad that we have such a large audience here, as well as online through web stream. This event is a kind of an opening to the program that the Czech EU Council presidency prepared for the second half of this year. And as you know, the so-called synergies are among the key priorities on the Czech presidency agenda, and we will pay our attention to them on the numerous occasions. Besides this conference, we are also hosting an informal meeting of European research ministers in Prague, and synergies will be the main topic for the debate. And it will be a very timely debate, as the European Commission recently published guidance on synergies, providing member states with a lot of food for thought in terms of putting synergies in practice. The European Court of Auditors is also going to make a public statement on synergies and release a report examining how efficiently they are or they were implemented in the past programming period, with particular emphasis put on synergies between projects funded under the Horizon 2020 framework program for research and innovation and the EU Cohesion Policy funds. Against this background, it will be a task for the Czech presidency to facilitate the preparation and the adoption of the Council conclusions on synergies, thereby reacting on the report to be issued by the European Court of Auditors. Last but not least, there is also the Prague Declaration on Synergies, by which we are approaching the research and innovation stakeholders in Europe, inviting them to identify persistent barriers and to remove remaining obstacles, preventing from fully exploiting the potential of synergies. All in all, as you can see, the Czech presidency will be quite busy in terms of addressing synergies. Synergies are essential to align policy-making approaches and funding instruments across a broad range of sectorial domains. In other words, only a coherent implementation of the educational research, innovation, industrial cohesion, and other sectorial policies may enable us to reach the very best of their goals and objectives. In the past programming period, member states, the European Commission, associated countries, and the research and innovation actors have made a lot of efforts to put synergies in practice, including in the areas of the EU and national regulatory frameworks. Nevertheless, centrally managed EU programs and EU programs in the shared management have been growing in number lately, and as they have to be also linked and coordinated with the investment at the member state level, they make the European research and innovation funding landscape rather complex. The current state of play, therefore, calls for an advanced approach to synergies. It is of utmost importance that the European policy makers and funders succeed in design, creating and implementing a large variety of sectorial policies and their funding instruments in a synergic manner when individual schemes complement each other instead of duplication of efforts and fragmentation of resources. At the end, we are not at reach that we could allow such a thing, of course. So the conference will approach synergies from various angles and different perspectives. There will be plenary sessions to set the scene at the high political level, as well as parallel breakout sessions to debate synergies in the areas of research, infrastructures, European partnership, EU missions, innovations, and the EU cohesion policy. I am convinced that the conference will serve to reflect on the basic concept of synergies. Synergies can be understood very broadly as a strategic policy measures linked together to achieve a common goal. And similarly, synergies can be understood in a narrow sense as a purely technical tools that can be implemented in a concrete settings. Therefore, I'm very much looking forward to the discussions which will surely bring new ideas on how to understand the concept of synergies. The outcomes of the debates will feed in the Prague Declaration on Synergies, in the research and innovation funding in Europe, which I already mentioned, and even though it is meant to be a non-binding document, the declaration will invite European stakeholders at the levels to take action and contribute to turn synergies into a universal cross-cutting element of policymaking in Europe. Following this conference, the Czech presidency will approach European research ministers and kindly ask them to politically support the Prague Declaration on Synergies by issuing a letter of endorsement. The overall results of this endorsement initiative will be then presented at the EU Competitiveness Council meeting to be held on 2nd December 2022 in Brussels. Before I conclude and pass the floor to other speakers, I would like to wish you a successful event with a lot of inspiring talks, fruitful debates, and enriching discussion. Anyway, please do not also forget about your social life, needs and obligations, and apart from the conference, please make at least a brief sightseeing tour in the city center to network in an even less formalized and relaxed way and atmosphere. Prague is worth of seeing, definitely, of course, although it might be a bit rainy. So I stop here. Thank you very much for your attention, and thank you very much for coming to Prague or joining the conference through the web stream. And enjoy the event. I bit envy you because I cannot participate in the discussions because of my duties, but enjoy the day, or both days actually, and have a nice meetings and discussions. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Minister. Thank you very much. And now I would like to ask one more minister, Ms. Helena Langšádlová, who is the Minister of Science, Research and Innovation of the Czech Republic.
Dear Madam Commissioner, dear colleague Minister, ladies and gentlemen, I am very pleased to open this conference, which is one of the first events organized under the Czech presidency. The theme of this conference is topical not only in science, research and innovation, but in many areas of human activities in general. Synergy, it means cooperation. It's therefore not just collection in individual activities that are working towards the single goals. It's about the joint activity, and that create overlaps new qualities. This is what we should have in mind when seeking synergies in research and innovation funding. The various of EU programs and instruments have been growing in a number in recent years, which shows the need to strengthen the competitiveness of the European economy needed to face emerging social challenges. But at the same time, the growing number of instruments brings new challenges in terms of policy making, alignment, and harmonization. I would like to use this opportunity to highlight not only instruments of the public investment, but also the role of private sector should be an important part of the discussion on synergies. Our aim should not be just ensure that the various public programs don't overlap, but in particular that they are well aligned with private investments. Private investment in general accounts for the larger part of total spending on science, research, and innovation, and believe that it should become even more important in the future. It's essential to create good conditions for such investment, for example, by seeking opportunities to strengthen various leverage effects. Therefore, I welcome as very beneficial the emergence of European partnerships, which is some cases are based on public-private partnerships, and I also welcome the new instrument of European missions. I'm aware that EU 13 countries, including the Czech Republic, often fall in engage efficiently into instruments, and I believe that these member states are on the good track to catch up and will bring more value to common science projects. I hope that discussion at this conference will encourage a deeper understanding of synergies in science and research funding, and also stimulate public and private involvement in international cooperation across the whole European Union. Ladies and gentlemen, I wish you fruitful discussion.
Thank you very much, Ms. Minister. Well, now it's my pleasure to invite Ms. Commissioner for Innovation, Research and Culture, Maria Gabriel.
Dear ministers and government representatives of the Czech presidency, dear state secretaries, dear research and innovation community, ladies and gentlemen. Well, the first events of a presidency are always full of emotions, and what I would like to say today to this event is, from the bottom of my heart, I wish you a very successful presidency. Count on our support. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for Thank you very much for inviting me to this conference on synergies. I'm sure that the debate will be rich, and what I would like to see is concrete examples, concrete solutions. Please dare, be critical. That's exactly what we need. And I'm really pleased to contribute to the reflection on how to combine different programs and instruments to strengthen the impact of our policies, because the broader European financial perspectives provide a variety of powerful programs, allowing us to work together in support of our targets. Remember, research ministers earlier this year, that was in February, agreed that the Resilience and Recovery Facility, as well as Horizon Europe and Cohesion Policy, offer excellent opportunities in boost research and innovation. And our European programs were negotiated with the co-legislators to achieve different objectives, be it strengthening the regional cohesion, or to foster collaboration in research and innovation, or to support our post-pandemic recovery. On the operational funding side, opportunities for synergies between Horizon Europe and cohesion policy programs have been greatly enhanced through harmonized rules and mirroring provisions in all relevant legislation, such as Horizon Europe, Cohesion Policy, and State Aid General Block Exemption Regulation. The common idea is to ensure union added value, to avoid overlaps, and to seek maximum efficiency and administrative simplification. When talking about synergies between programs, we don't mean changing the nature of these instruments, nor their basic rules. We are, in fact, aiming at more flexibility. It is therefore important to make a clear distinction between the policy objectives and the necessary technical preparation to guarantee a transparent and sound management of the programs. And let me give you examples. I visited this morning, not so far from here, the European Research Infrastructure Consortium, ELI. Thank you very much to the extraordinary team of Alan. You are here in the room. That was really an amazing experience. Thank you very much for the warm welcome. Thank you for showing us what that means: excellence, talented people, and strategic vision for the future. And at the same time, building ELI and making it operational took more than a decade. It required the combination of funding by the Research and Innovation Framework programs and national funding for the construction and operation. And the result is simply great, and we have reasons to be proud. Europe gained a world-leading site for advanced research, and it is a fantastic example of convergence between national and regional research and innovation priorities. This synergy allowed reaching a double target: a strong socio-economic impact, leveraging the potential of smart specialization at regional level. And Minister, we all talked how we all have seen the change at the local level. Simply that is not the same place in only 10 years. And at the same time, yes, we are increasing the European scientific capacity and attractiveness in the global scene. And there is many other good examples. Other good examples of synergies implemented in the Czech Republic include support from Cohesion Policy for Horizon 2020, Marie Skłodowska-Curie, and for teaming actions, as well as for the support under the SME instrument and the European Innovation Council Accelerator. I'm happy that the European Commission, through coordination between the leading services for research and innovation and regional policies, have jointly supported the informal Czech working group created to work on synergies involving different relevant ministries and key stakeholders. And I think that here, with all the examples, with the working group, with the fact that simply we are working together from national to European level, going to the regional and local benefit, that's a very, very strong base. Now, I'm aware that member states and stakeholders have been waiting for guidance to simplify mechanisms to exploit synergies. The Commission shares the same objective. We are making a big effort to address the technical background through detailed guidelines. And that's why, yes, I'm really pleased to share with you that this Tuesday we adopted this first set of guidelines. And I'm insisting because this is a first set of practical guidance on the opportunities to maximize the synergies between Horizon Europe and the European Regional Development Fund. It highlights the new possibilities for synergies, as well as offering practical guidance with examples of implementation. It is a great help to cohesion policy managing authorities, Horizon Europe national contact points, and proposers of initiatives and projects. Now, the document for us covers legal and implementation details for achieving operational synergies, including for Seal of Excellence, transfer, cumulative funding, combined funding for partnerships and missions. But of course, we need your feedback. And this conference is a perfect occasion to continue to interact, to co-create, and to co-shape. At the same time, the Recovery and Resilience Facility and the Cohesion Policy programs are natural partners to mutually benefit from research, innovation, investments, and reforms. I would like to share with you that the Recovery and Resilience Facility will provide large-scale financial support to public investment and reforms, addressing the country-specific challenges identified in the European semester and promoting the green and digital transitions. A provisional estimate of the total volume of the Recovery and Resilience Facility funded research and innovation investments across all recovery and resilience plans is above 44 billion euros, representing around 10% of the total budget of the plans approved so far. Cohesion policy, another key element, because yes, cohesion policy is key to bridge the innovation divide in Europe and support stronger economic and social convergence. And here again, an important number. For the 2021-2027 period, the European Regional Development Fund provides an estimated 56 billion euros of support, the smart growth objective, including for research and innovation. And member states can use it as an opportunity to implement reforms conducive to reach the 3% of GDP investment targets on research and innovation that was put forward as the baseline for a cohesive European research area. So my message is clear. We stand ready to support you to bridge the innovation divide, boost Europe's competitiveness, supporting the green and digital transformation, and several instruments, such as the policy support facility, the technical support instrument, are at the disposal of member states to assist them in the research and innovation reform efforts to boost the efficiency and effectiveness of their R&I investment. My services have also identified and initiated a series of enhanced dialogues with member states on a voluntary basis to accompany the improvement of their research and innovation system and joint agendas. Since we are combining funding using different set of rules, we are embedding efficient monitoring, auditing mechanism while favoring a simplified governance. So I think that, yes, this conference should definitely be an occasion for us to see how all these different instruments, from fundings and programs to technical assistance and concrete examples, can make a nice and coherent picture, operational picture. So allow me to conclude by thanking again the Czech presidency for putting the debate on synergies high on the agenda. Seeking synergies and links between instruments can mobilize underexploited R&I potential across the Union, improve access to excellence for stronger research and innovation ecosystems across the European Union, and succeed in the green and digital transition. It will certainly contribute to bridge our frameworks on the European research area, European education area, and since yesterday, the new European innovation agenda. I do believe that today's events, together with the guidelines on synergies, will be an important step in making synergies a reality. I look very much forward to listen to the debate and your views, and I would like to wish you a very, very useful and successful debates. Thank you very much.
The Commissioner for Innovation, Research, Culture, Education and Youth, Maria Gabrieli. Thank you very much, Ms. Commissioner. I mean, that was very nice to hear that you feel this emotional moment. We Czechs, we do hope that we will manage to go through the whole presidency in a very professional but also emotional way. We do want to show the Europe that we like the European level, and we do like to cooperate. Thank you very much that you're here with us. It's really a pleasure to have you here. And And as you mentioned, we are also proud that we have here, close to Prague, a wonderful infrastructure of European importance. And that's our next speaker. Alan Weeks is the Director General of Extreme Light Infrastructure, European Research Infrastructure Consortium in Dolní Břežany, close to Prague. Mr. Weeks, I would like to ask you for your keynote.
Madam Commissioner, thank you very much. Thanks for mentioning Eli right away. Minister Balaj, thank you also for visiting this morning. We appreciate that. Minister Lang-Shadlova, thank you for your support for Eli as well. I think the idea for me to speak very, very briefly is just to give an example at the beginning of this discussion of a single research infrastructure in Europe, specifically here in the Czech Republic, that would not exist without the creative energy and persistence and consistency of the policymakers who understood the possibilities to create such a facility through linking different funding mechanisms, going all the way back to 2006 when Eli was originally conceived as a project, and then following through a number of different ideas to get it to the point where it is today. So I just give you this illustration of this example that you can maybe hope to take as an inspiration. Eli started, as I said, even before 2006. In a sense, Eli is a product of a Nobel Prize. We haven't yet created or produced a Nobel Prize. We hope we will at some point. But the technology behind Eli, and particularly the laser technology that's used today, came out of a cooperation between Gerard Moreau and Donna Strickland, a French and a Canadian researcher, working together in that time in the United States to develop a technology to create and use high-power lasers, which is what Eli is. Eli is the world's most capable facility in terms of the lasers that we have, high-power, very short pulse lasers that are used for a broad portfolio of research. And the technology that they developed at that time really allowed lasers to go to the next level in terms of intensity and push extreme conditions that are valuable for research. And so today, as a result of that research done so long ago, we have two facilities, one in Dolní Břežany, just outside of Prague, and another in Szeged in Hungary. Both are large-scale facilities, so about 30,000 square meters. They each employ about 300 people. And the idea now is to take these two facilities and really integrate them into one infrastructure that is open to scientists from around the world. I should say there is also a third facility being built also in Magarele, just outside of Bucharest. Any one of these facilities would be world-leading in and of itself. The three of them together, there simply is no real competition in the world in terms of the capability and the offer to researchers from around the world. And I think that's reflective of the fact that Europe has for a very long time been a leader in laser technology and laser science. So it's not a case where Eli is trying to move Europe into the forefront. Europe already leads in terms of laser technology, and Eli is there to help maintain that competitiveness, and particularly in terms of training people, preparing researchers, and also, of course, migrating the research that we do into technologies that benefit industry in very concrete ways, which I'll mention again in just a moment. So you can't see everything because it's faded, some of that. It's a picture of Europe behind there. But important is to see there are 6 countries involved in Europe. There are 4 member countries, the 2 host countries, Hungary and the Czech Republic, as well as Germany and Bulgaria, who are observers. Lithuania and Italy are also founding members of Eli. I always like to point out, particularly, every member is valuable. Lithuania is sometimes people say, why Lithuania? But it's a kind of a microcosm of what we would like to do with Eli in general. The second laser in the world was ever invented in Lithuania back in the 1960s when it was the Soviet Union. There are over 1,000 researchers in Lithuania, a country of less than 1 million people, specifically in this area of research. The University of Vilnius is one of the leading centers in the world for laser research. Not only that, of the top 10 laser companies in the world, 3 of them are from Lithuania, and we benefited from the technologies that they developed. The point is that there is already a kind of an ecosystem existing in a member state today that we would like to borrow and adapt and take into a broader context in Europe to really kind of motivate that kind of ecosystem that combines research together with innovation. And again, this relies on different synergetic funding instruments to be able to make those things real. All of these countries established last year a European Research Infrastructure Consortium, so a legal entity based here in the Czech Republic and also in Hungary, and the seat is here in the Czech Republic, which is founded on a regulation that comes under the European regulations, and it's a pan-European legal entity, which is very important in terms of how we motivate our management and our governance. So it's important to say that ERICs are funded by national funding. So that's a type of funding, right? National funding is a pretty primary type of funding when it comes to research infrastructure. And like all ERICs, the operational funding comes from member states. So we invite all member states to join ELI because we think it's valuable for all the research communities in Europe. It was built with European structural investment funds that are fundamentally European funds and at the same time fundamentally discretionary funds. Each country can choose how they use those funds. The Czech Republic, Hungary, and Romania chose to use 300 million euro each in each country, so over 900 million euro, to build a European research infrastructure that's for all European scientists. So they use fundamentally their European funds to build an infrastructure for everyone. And I think this is something that benefits the entire European research area. And I think what we see is that even now we are benefiting in addition from Horizon Europe and Horizon 2020 still, because we have a very important 20 million euro project called under InfraDev called Impulse that really helps us to merge together these 3 facilities into one organization. So already 3 different kinds of key instruments and funding in one organization. Access at ELI is open. It's open to all users. You make a proposal. If your proposal meets an international standard, like other large-scale research infrastructures, then we invite you to come and do your experiment at ELI. We also have what we call mission-based access, which I think should resonate with everyone involved in mission-oriented programming. And we believe also it's important to have thematic programming in areas of science that we encourage researchers to move towards and to make proposals around. And then, of course, we also have industrial access or proprietary access. The main difference between the first 2 and the last one is in the first 2, all of the results, all of the publications are open. And they have to be open for the world, including all of the data that we collect from the very beginning of the facility until the life of the life of the facility. Where with proprietary access, you pay for access, and so then you also are entitled to maintain the results in a proprietary way, in a confidential way, which is, of course, important for industry. Just to comment on how synergies work, in this case, although we provide the access and the member states provide the operational infrastructure, we don't provide, in our case, some do, but we don't provide the access for the users in terms of if they need to come and visit to do the research. So there, it's expected that their home institution will pay for the travel cost, the additional diagnostic instruments, things like that. So we do see how it can be valuable to have additional funding for transnational access, which has already existed under the previous Horizon Europe program and previous framework programs. And we believe this kind of research is particularly valuable, especially for researchers coming from smaller countries or countries that are still developing their research communities. So we think that kind of access would be very helpful in addition. And then, of course, innovation. ELI is not, by definition, a technology infrastructure, but it's also the case that the technology that we have relative to the lasers is very, let's say, already at a very developed technology readiness level, and it's very close to market ready. So our suppliers, our partners who develop specific components or laser systems for us, once it's worked and been validated at ELI, that can go to market very quickly. So we believe that because we're constantly upgrading and maintaining and developing the facility, that this innovation and interaction with industry is very important. And oftentimes industry will not invest in that next state-of-the-art component by themselves. They really need to have the support or let's say the additional ambition that comes from public sector funding in order to achieve that kind of competitive technology development. What's also very important when we talk about innovation is probably at this stage one of the most important things to think about is even as the market grows for these types of technology, even as we see European industry expanding its base globally, what that means is there is more and more need for people. There simply are not enough people at the PhD level, but even at the master's level, to be able to operate this type of facility. And so we need to be able to encourage and provide opportunities for young people to come into this field so that industry then has the chance to have those people and grow. Because the growth rates that we see in this industry, it does not support the rates of people coming into the field. And that's, I think, a very important point. So it means for a research infrastructure like ELI, we have to go even beyond just providing access. We also need to be able to provide education and training opportunities for the people that visit us. So there again, you can imagine what kind of instruments exist already, Erasmus, et cetera, that can be useful for us to be able to encourage PhD, masters, and even undergraduate students, because that's the level we have to encourage people to get them that early to take an interest in this field. Otherwise, we can already lose them to another field. Yeah? So, just to point out specifically this Impulse project, which is a very interesting project in support of very direct and clear support under Horizon 2024 ELI, and doing that as an S3 landmark, providing that support for a facility that's transitioning from the construction phase into the operations phase. The Commission has taken a very close look at our facility as well as, for example, the European Spallation Source, and seen that this kind of support can be very valuable. You can imagine the management challenge to integrate 3 large organizations together is not minor. So this has been an extremely valuable tool for us. And in addition to the ELI countries and the ELI organizations, we also have a number of other large-scale research infrastructures that are national facilities working with us. In this way, we build some synergy with their communities, scientific communities that will use ELI, but we're also benefiting from the knowledge that they already have about how to build these lasers and operate these types of laser systems. So the final word that I would have for you today is just to kind of thinking back to 2014. One of the former member states, the United Kingdom, at that time classified research infrastructure, R&D spending as investment. It sounds like a very minor accounting decision, but it's a very big decision. It means we consider this kind of spending to be investment and not cost. And that's important because, as was written in this book, Capitalism Without Capital, and then later in a review in Nature by the reviewer, Mr. Mossad, once you've invested in something, you expect to see a return. It's not that you just spend the money and you walk away from it. So I think there's an understanding in research infrastructures today that this investment, this ongoing investment, it needs to somehow be justified and it needs to be demonstrated in ways. So we are working hard to demonstrate the way that these impacts are creating a return on investment. But what I can tell you is we'll continue to do that. There's also a massive body of research out there already that shows that R&D investment does pay off. We know that you're talking minimally 30% rates of return. If you look in the private sector at similar types of investment, you're talking multiples, not percentages. So why would it be that a well-run, excellent public organization is not returning in the same way? I believe, and I'm sure many of you believe, investment in research infrastructure does pay off, and we will continue to try to demonstrate that. So thank you very much, and I hope that you have a great conference.
Mr. Weeks, maybe stay with us for 1 or 2 minutes. Mr. Weeks, please stay with us maybe for 1 more or 2 minutes. That would be great to just to add something. Please, we can also sit. I won't let you go so easily, sorry for that. But this is really an important topic. And I really like this idea that your facility serves all the European scientists. This is really something that, as a principle for the European Union, sounds like something really, really important. From which countries do they come? The researchers, the scientists you already have in your facility now?
I mean, just today we had a meeting with the commissioner, and I think we had 10 people in the meeting. And from the 10 people that were in the meeting, I believe we represented 9 different countries. And of the 9 different countries, that I have to say, and probably noticed that, Commissioner, there were about 6 or 7 that were not from Europe. Interesting, right? So you see, to be competitive in this field, we already have to look beyond our borders. I think what's very important for Eli right now, we understand, I think, very well where we are geographically. We understand that we are in Central Europe. It's the only large-scale research infrastructure, except for the European Spallation Source in Sweden, outside of Germany or France. And I think we believe very strongly that there is a lot of talent in this part of the world. If you start from the Baltics and you go down to Southeastern Europe, over to Italy, Spain, we think that even outside the large countries, you see that the talent that you have in the labs there have come from these countries. So we believe it's part of our mission to retain that talent here. I know we don't talk about retention, we talk about circulation, but it's important that people have opportunities close to home, and we know that people like to be working close to home if they have those opportunities.
The mobility of researchers in Europe, it's a big topic. Yeah. What would maybe particularly help? You've mentioned that you already have some programs and projects, but here are many policymakers.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, I mean, yeah. If you ask the researchers, they will, of course, say salary. But let me go beyond that. So there is a salary expectation that I think is not necessarily that there always needs to be a leading salary. We don't necessarily have to be above the competition in terms of industry, because most of the people that will come to work at Eli or other large-scale research infrastructures are motivated by the opportunity to work at the facilities, to have access to these kind of instruments, and so I think what's important for them really is like I've said before, the training. I think they are interested in having a stability in their lives. You know, it's hard to focus and concentrate on something, and sometimes the time that it takes to do research is not in a couple of years or a couple of months, but it can be years. So I think stability and access to great instruments is important. And then I think one other thing that we're working on very carefully is to provide some kind of basis in their pension, because sometimes in mobility aspects in Europe we lose the pension, and that's a problem, and that's something we think about as well.
Okay, let's collect one more question from the audience. We have microphones there and one more, so is there any hand? There, please.
Good morning. Excellent presentation.
Thanks.
Do you have now, or have you before, any researchers from Asia, namely from Japan, People's Republic of China, or Taiwan?
Thank you.
Thank you, very much. So Asia, certainly, we've had close collaboration with researchers from Japan particularly. Many of our researchers have spent time in Japan, and so the contacts are already on a personal level. Korea is also quite leading in this field. It's worth saying, particularly related to China, laser technology is a very strategic technology. That means sometimes it can also be a quite sensitive technology, even for some European member states. So there are a number, same as with when we work with the United States. There are some issues around the technology that we're trying to navigate, how to be an open research facility, and at the same time recognize that, you know, that those are issues. But otherwise, yeah, absolutely, there's a tremendous amount of interest in both how we facilitated the construction of the facility and how to now be able to use the instruments.
There was one more question here in the front.
Ondřej Hradil from Masaryk University. Nice to meet you, Alan, again. A question, if you could make a wish, because there's a lot of policymakers sitting around here, people from the Commission, from the member states. You said that you get national funding, you get EU funding from Horizon, you got also structural funding. What would be your wish for all that?
Yeah, it's right
would
now.
Would not be maybe one? Because I'm not the golden fish, but you can have 3 wishes.
I mean, thank you, Andre. Even 1 or 2. I mean, the number 1 wish that I think I have and I share with the host countries and stakeholders is I wish and I hope and I plan and expect that, you know, in economics there's this concept of free riders. And it's the concept that when you have an opportunity to exploit a common good, people will do that. Okay? I think on an individual level that makes sense. I think when you're looking at member states, 27 member states, you're talking about European solidarity. I don't think that really makes sense. I think everybody needs to chip in. I think we really hope and expect, especially now during the Czech presidency, there'll be a raised level of awareness throughout all the Europe stakeholders and ministries that joining ELI from other member states is an extremely valuable thing for the entire European research area, and that the effort and commitment made by the Czech Republic, Hungary, and eventually Romania as well will be appreciated and reciprocated. I think that's an important wish that I have, and I hope it works out well. I think the most important other thing that we would like to see happen in ELI now, we're working. We already have our first users coming in October, which is very valuable. I do think we need to develop these educational programs, and we have to build communities, especially in countries where the communities don't exist. And in a number of countries, you can go and identify 2 or 3 people, and they're leaders, but we need more than that. And it's not only that we need it, the industry needs that. I mean, we won't grow the sector if we don't have that. So I think all of the programs that are towards talent and development of human capital are very important.
Thank you very much, Mr. Weeks.
Okay,
thank you very much for joining us. Great, and now we are heading towards the main podium debate of this afternoon. I will briefly introduce our guests, and then I'll pass the floor to our moderator, because I won't stay here for this debate. We have someone special who will moderate it. So, on the stage, Mr. Samuel Engblom, the State Secretary of Ministry of Education and Research from Sweden, will join us. Warm welcome, Mr. Engblom. Ludovic Paulis is the State Secretary of Ministry of Education, Science, Research and Sport of the Slovak Republic. Warm welcome, Mr. Paulis. Václav Velčovský is the Deputy Minister for the EU International Affairs and the EU Cohesion Policy Funds from the Ministry of Education, Youth and Sports from the Czech Republic. Warm welcome. And Raquel Yotti is the Secretary General for Research, Ministry of Science and Innovation from Spain. Warm welcome. And Ms. Anna Panagopoulou is the Director of European Research Area and Innovation Directorate General for Research and Innovation from the European Commission. And the floor is yours because you will be the moderator. It's great to have you here. Yes, she will then, when you say Ms. Giri will be put on the video, because we have one more participant, Ms. Claire Giry, who was not able to join us physically, but when the moderator says, we will see her at least on the screen.
So, okay, you can hear me. Good afternoon to everybody. Extremely happy to be today with you, together with this distinguished guest, and to moderate this session on synergies. And while I was prepared to say a few words at the beginning, after having heard the interventions from the ministers, the commissioner, the director general, that is director of the ELI, I was thinking what a vast theme is synergies. What can be synergies? Synergies could be many things. Could be political alignment. We have the ERA policy agenda that we are working now with the member states, and we expect everybody to contribute to the implementation of the 20 actions. It could be synergies in a research infrastructure facility. It could be synergies in a project. It could be synergies between instruments. It could be synergies in the area of delivering new trainings, new activities, so it could be many things. But I think what today we have to discuss is how we can enhance, improve, and make it a reality, the synergies between different instruments that we have at our disposal. And under this new framework, period that we have in the European Union, we have put on the table a lot of new instruments. So we have the Horizon Europe program. It's the biggest program we ever have, 96 billion euros. We have Resilience and Recovery Facility. Member states, they are there to put on money on research and innovation. Commissioner said 44 billion euros already foreseen for research and innovation activities. We have cohesion funds and we have national funds. So a lot of different instruments, and in addition to that, there are plenty of different instruments centrally managed by the Commission, Digital Europe, LIFE program, other programs that could work in synergies with Horizon Europe and Research and Innovation. So the question is what we can do to make these synergies a reality, to deliver concrete results, what we can do to be able to work without overlapping activities but complementarities, and what we can do in order to ensure that all this funding that is available, if you ask politicians today, they will say there is a lot of funding available. How all this funding available could be used in the most effective and efficient way. And in addition to the public funding, we have the private funding that's also available. How we can attract it, how we can make it to bring an added value also to research and innovation. So, this is my short introduction. A lot of things on our table today, and I would like to start with Samuel. And the first question to you, Samuel, which actually is going to be the same for all the panelists will be, what is your practical experience with synergies up to now?
Thank you, and first I'd like to thank the Czech presidency for organizing this conference and for the invitation. I think that the importance of synergies have been well described by previous speakers, and I think if we can achieve synergies between disciplines, between research of different kinds, basic, applied, innovation, to the extent that you can actually make those distinctions still, and also between sort of research and innovation and industry, and as we've talked about mainly here, between different sources of funding. Of course, we can achieve more impact and a more efficient use of resources. And of course, from the political side, the impact and the use of resources is, of course, highly interesting. In the 2020 Research and Innovation Bill in Sweden, we created 7 special national research programs that are supposed to run for 10 years, where the aim is to have synergies across disciplines, synergies with higher education, which was also mentioned here earlier, the importance of making sure that we have a close connection between research and education to to improve the quality of education, but also to sort of create an interest and bring up a new generation of researchers, which can either go into academia or can go into industry. And of course, synergies between the national and the international level. And we can say that these research areas to be pointed out in that bill, of course, there was an eye also what's going on the European level to have these mapped, not exactly onto each other, but at least we will see these connections. But then, of course, I think the difficult policy issue is, of course, that on one hand, we want to maybe focus through missions and through clearly pointing out certain areas where we want to create these synergies, but at the same time, we must also set aside funding for the basic research or for curiosity-driven research, because you might have curiosity-driven research which is very much applied or which is close to innovation, but research that is not related to the current societal challenges, but to the next set of societal challenges. And I think here, this is what we end up as policymakers to make sure, okay, how much of our research funding should be set aside to these kind of missions, to the kind of areas where we can clearly see that we can create synergies, but at the same time, how much do we have for the broader portfolio? I think I'll stop there.
Thank you very much. And I think you really brought the big question, how much funding for basic research, curiosity research, how much funding for applied research, closer to the market, closer to the societal needs. Indeed, the important thing is to have a very good balance between both of them, because we need both of them. If I may move now to, I would like, if you allow me, to go to Václav. So Czech presidency, synergies, one of the highest priorities. I would like to ask you the same question as well. You heard what Samuel said. We had the opportunity during lunch to have a short exchange. what is your experience from synergies? Why synergies is a priority for this presidency?
Thank you very much. I think that the question is quite, or the answer is quite logical. We all have been and probably will be facing the budgetary constraints, definitely, because of the old crises and future crises. And of course, although we all are strengthening that the budget for research and development is essential and that is the driving motor, it's not so automatically by negotiating the state budget that it will be really so perceived. And this was the first point. The second point, of course, since the entering of the European Union, we were very, very happy of having a new envelope of resources for research and development. We have made several decisions. Of course, period after period, the definition on what the money may be used for was narrowed and narrowed and narrowed. And of course, it led us to the next strategic decisions. It means, what are the specificities of the Czech Republic? What are the resources we are having, where there is a lack of resources or not? So you may imagine that the synergies, in at least my point of view, is that a synergy is like a puzzle. You know, this child game. Okay, not only child game, sorry. the social game that you are building the picture from different pieces. Huh? And of course, you may use probably the scissors. Why not? You may bend some parts of this shape. You may crumple some part of the shape. But the necessity is that the picture will be as it should be, as it has been planned. And this is something that we need to avoid. It means these crumbling and bending and gapsing and so on, not to overlapping and so on. So really to be able to have the puzzle in such a way built that it really brings and leads us to an aim in a most effective way. And I think this is the topic, or this is the reason why the Czech presidency has used it, because we have our own experience in this regard.
Thank you very much. So we do need to have smart politicians that are able to make a good puzzle and put all the funding and financing available to deliver the expected impact. Thank you very much. So may I move now to Ludovic. Ludovic, what is your practical experience from synergies up to now?
Yeah.
Mine or still mine?
No.
It's me.
Ludovic.
Thank you, and thank you for inviting me to this panel, and also compliments to the Czech presidency for picking up synergies as the priority, because I think with this you hit the nail, because that's really the spot we need to tackle. There is an increasing number of tools which we use to support not only research but also other aspects in society. There is increased number of funding sources. Some of them have been mentioned here: Horizon 2020 or Horizon Europe, then the cohesion funds, national funding, and there are other recovery resilience funds. And there are also other international funding schemes, COST, ESA, and so on. And we need to pay attention that there is no overlap, or at least smallest overlap possible, and that there is some synergy and complementarity. And also, it was mentioned by Madam Commissioner, and also you mentioned it, that the question lies, what is actually a synergy? Are we looking on the synergies on the operational aspect only? So like a practical experience with some tools, which I will mention, or are we looking at synergies in a broader sense? So some ways how to achieve a broader goal under the same umbrella. And I will reserve the answer for this for the last question. Speaking about the operational aspects, we already have some experience, of course, with synergies that are aimed at combining national funds, ESHIP funds, and the direct funds from the European Union. This includes Seal of Excellence based funding for Marie Curie, for small and medium enterprises, European Innovation Council Accelerator, and so on. You probably also know and have the experience with those. And based on this experience, we have also planned further synergic tools like the support of participation in Horizon Europe from the Recovery Resilience Plan, also from the next program period. So there is a plenty of experience, good and also bad. Maybe we will speak about this later on. And we also have some experience, and we are trying to fine-tune synergies not only between the different tools, but also between different subjects or topics of science. That's what Samuel mentioned. And for this, we have set up a council with all the relevant stakeholders, for example, to decide which international infrastructures or memberships we should, as Slovakia, be part in. And now I will stop here and speak about the experiences, good or bad, maybe later.
Thank you very much. So I like your point about the kind of a governance approach that you have established with the stakeholders in order to enable synergies, and also the fact that you will try to pull together funding under the different schemes, and I really hope that the guidelines that have been published 2 days ago will be a great toolbox that will help member states to better capitalize on the possibilities of synergies between structural funds and Horizon Europe, and that we simplified what we have put in place in the past. Raquel, is the same question for you. I see that we are already in the synergetic mode because we are wearing the same scarf from the Czech presidency, which is very good. It illustrates already that we are ready to work together. So, but apart from this, what is your practical experience with synergies in Spain?
Thank you, Anna. First of all, I would like to congratulate and thank the Czech presidency for organizing this important event. And in this first event of the presidency, I would like to take the opportunity to wish you all the best for the coming months. And indeed, synergies between EU funds and national funds are crucial, not only for the development of our research and innovation systems, but also as a leverage for the leverage effect they can have for the alignment and the coordination between policies, the national and European levels. And the guidelines recently published, the first thing I would like to say is that I think that the Commission has done an excellent work, because it's not only that it demonstrated, it shows the strategic need, but also that provides specific examples that are indeed very useful, going into the technical details. And I think that we have now the joint responsibility for the implementation at the regional and national levels. And in Spain, we have at least 3 different sources of European funds that are crucial for us. First, the structural funds for research and innovation, that are fundamental for infrastructure, equipment, and human resources, and have a very high impact in territorial cohesion. And we, through our strategic research and innovation plan, this is a key tool for us for the alignment of the priorities of the different smart specialization strategies in the region, in the different regions, and also with the global picture at the national level. So all the purpose of this strategy is to search for synergies and avoid fragmentation of the system. Number 2, of course, the Horizon Europe program funds, that is a pillar for competitive science and innovation. And in Spain, we have made, I think, a lot of effort for increase the excellence and the level of collaboration not only in research centers, but also in the industry. And finally, although I could mention other funds such as Erasmus Plus or Life Plus, let me focus on the Resilience and Recovery Fund, because I'm sure that it will have a great impact in our research and innovation ecosystem and will help us to respond to the semester recommendations in terms of reforms and investments. And these efforts, I do believe that will make a real change in Europe as a whole and in our countries, not only in terms of research and innovation per se, but also in terms of complementarity with other sectorial policies, searching also for synergies. And I would like to finish with two specific practical examples that we have implemented in Spain regarding synergies between different funds. The first one is based on the combined use of the Recovery and Resilience Fund together with partnerships under the framework program. We designed together with the Commission services specific measures to cover part of the national contribution to partnerships, together within research and innovation activities related to health, Green Deal, and digital transformation that were part of were within the context of partnerships under Horizon Europe and Horizon 2020. And of course, these projects will respect the timing activities and also the additionality and complementarity principles, being fully compatible with the requirements of the Recovery and Resilience regulation. And the second example, and the last one, is based on the political impulse we are giving in our ministry to territorial cohesion through the implementation of research and innovation policies in the different territories in Spain. And the Recovery and Resilience Facility has allowed us to launch what we call planes complementarios, that is complementary plans for research and innovation. And these plans here in this European context can be pictured such as an ERANET or a co-found partnership, but between regions and the central state. In this new instrument, we align common interest between the state and the regions, and we were able to co-invest using the Recovery and Resilience Fund from the central government, and the regions do so using the structural funds or their own regional funds. So I think this is a good example of synergies, and of course we are also using other instruments for synergies, such as the Seal of Excellence for ERC and Maria Sklodowska-Curie, but I think that these examples could be useful for the discussion. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Very useful experience and examples. And actually, I would like to take the opportunity to say that indeed, when they were prepared, the resilience and recovery plans, it was a very tough negotiations, even internally in the Commission, to ensure that the member states will be able to capitalize from those funds for financing activities of joint interesting at the European level, like the partnerships. And the first example that we used, it was the proposal and what it was prepared under the Spanish resilience and recovery plans, which was used by other member states, so it was a very good synergy in this context with Spain, but also with all member states and within the Commission. And also I would like to highlight, to say something more based on what you said about the territorial cohesion. Our Commissioner today referred to the new innovation communication. There will be one specific flagship priority there, which the aim would be really to promote collaboration between regions and to bring synergies in financing between structural funds and Horizon Europe in order to address the issue of innovation divide. So that is going to be a very important initiative, and I believe that will be, in some years from now, a very good examples of synergies as well. But let's go now to the first question. I think you started to elaborate about some good examples of practices from the past. Maybe I could like to ask who would like to take the floor now? Maybe Ludovic, if I pass the floor to you, to illustrate some examples, good examples, but also we are interested to hear the obstacles, what we can do more.
Yeah, that's what I was looking forward to in the previous question. And actually, I have a slide for this, which illustrates, I don't know whether it's on the screen, if it gets on the screen, if not, it doesn't matter.
Is it possible?
So the first good example or good thing which has been done is the change of rules. Change of rules, which already Madam Commissioner mentioned regarding state aid, which allows the same intensity from national sources once a project is approved from Horizon Europe. So thumbs up for this type of operational synergies, and I hope the guidance document will bring more of this. The second concept, which I really like, and I put very high expectations to this, is the Seal of Excellence concept. Well, there is a map on the screen of different funding sources. And you can see that in Horizon 2020, we were not able to gain much funding, much direct funding regarding the volume from the European Commission. Now we were trying to improve the support. Actually, in the last call for Marie Sklodowska-Curie action, we had the highest success rate, but still the volume is low. And I think implementing Seal of Excellence should motivate the participants to participate or engage in the calls more actively. Unfortunately, we started to implement Seal of Excellence quite late. It's only 2 years ago, or the last call was one year ago. So I put much expectation to this type. And so the first one is harmonizing the rules, thumbs up for this. The second concept, successful in my opinion, Seal of Excellence. And the third one is a transfer concept, which is shown there by the dotted line, which allows transfer from the national envelope of structural funds into national envelope for Horizon Europe. I think this is a very, very good tool, because what you see is that you have the arrows in different colors, and each color represents a different set of rules. So even if you use a Seal of Excellence, it's still different colors from the Horizon arrow, meaning that you cannot take the project as such. You need to do some adjustments in the project anyway, because the eligibility criteria for the costs in Horizon are different from the eligibility criteria in structural funds, different from the eligibility criteria in the national budget. So the transfer concept is very elegant. Unfortunately, shame on Slovakia here. We failed to suggest any such transfer, but I hope this still might change in the revision of the programs. And now to the bottlenecks. So the first one is, as mentioned, each arrow, and we have now 3-4 colors already there, represents a different set of rules. And this makes it very difficult also for the state administration, but also for the recipients, and that's those who we should focus on, to orient themselves which rules apply under which program, and how should they submit the proposal, what obligation it brings with it, and so on. So this is something we should tackle by at least adjusting or bringing the different types of rules together. And I put also much expectations to the guidance document, which was already mentioned. And you can see also the differences. I was trying to calculate also the administrative burden with different types of funding, and you can see that the amount of money you can redistribute using one administrative force is much lower for the structural funds compared to the state budget. So it's 200,000 compared to over 1 million per one administrative staff only in at our ministry, and then you need to count additional staff at the recipient level as well. And I don't have the number in the RRF because we still don't know where it will be. I hope it will be closer to the national budget than the structural funds. So the rules. The second one is timing as a bottleneck. So for example, in teaming project, when a teaming project is already approved, but the infrastructure building project is still being submitted, so also pay attention on the timing. And finally, this is something we can somehow handle in the country, or try to handle this in the country with communication with the Commission, but it's even more difficult in case we have projects which involves more countries. In this large consortia projects, there you have also the rules which are slightly different in the different countries, and this is a real challenge.
Thank you very much, Ludovic, for this, and I hope there is a rapporteur to take notes of all these messages already. Indeed, I think, first of all, this slide illustrates the complexity of the system. And I have to admit that we tried very hard in the European Commission to simplify in the current financial framework the rules. We didn't manage to align all the rules, as you know. But already what we have is a really big success. And I would like also to highlight that because of this complexity, it took us 2 years to come up with the guidelines. So now you know why. But I do hope, and I do understand from the feedback that I received from you, that this is good guidelines. And I hope that indeed it's going to reduce the complexity, which still exists. And I take this on board back to Brussels to pass the message that we did a lot of work. We look at this period now, how the new guidelines, the new MFF that we have in place will facilitate the implementation of synergies, and maybe in the context of the revision of the MFF, we reflect what we can do more. But I saw Václav, he wanted also to take the floor. I saw him, and then maybe Samuel.
Okay, I will be short because, well, our Slovak colleague, the problems and the visions are similar as there. However, I have one, let's say, not so comfortable question, but if we just transfer the money from one resource to another, are we talking about complementarity? From my point of view, not. We are talking just about the giving money from one envelope to another to use the advantages of the second envelope.
Yes,
yeah?
Exactly.
So I just wanted to say that, yes, this was a nice instrument, very important instrument. However, you should decide before drafting your operational program from Cohesion Policy, because otherwise it's not so possible, because otherwise you will transfer into Brussels the national money, because we are ex post financed as a state, and it's not so easy. And to plan it, it means how much will be enough, will not be enough, how the call will be, will not be. It's quite problematic. However, it doesn't mean that it's not important. But I think when we are talking about complementarities or synergies, we should talk about activities which are being financed by different resources and having the same aim. From the Czech perspective, I think the best example is the concept of financing research infrastructures. It means from the state budget, we are paying operational costs, which are strictly and clearly dividable from other costs. And of course, from European funds, mainly the investments and further development, and it means let's say the hard measures which are connected to, let's say, further usage of these. And well, practical aspect about timing and teaming, yes, that's the same. However, we have decided with our colleagues to publish the call on teaming even before our operation program is or will be approved. It means we said, okay, let's go to the risk, let's make it very risky, let's publish it, because otherwise we will not in line with the harmonogram of the cohesion program in Brussels. And believe me, it was very hard to convince mainly our economic vice minister to agree on, because we are, let's say, we are publishing a call on something which is not already approved. Yeah? And so, yeah, this is something which, again, the delay may become. However, then it means that we should, let's say, bend the other rules on the other side. And maybe the third point, which is quite provocative as well, it's the question of central financial management. I have sometimes a feeling as central financial management is something like Mrs. Colombo. Everybody is talking about her, but nobody has seen her. Because it's so complicated, you know. You have 3 different resources, you put them into one box, you just cook let's say one money envelope, and then you pay it. And then you have question of rules, and then you have question of applicability, then you have question of auditors, then you have question of controls. If the guidance you have published would tackle these as well, I would be very, very much happy. Thank you.
Thank you. Just a couple of things. Yeah, I think you have a lot of supporters on the central financial management. By the way, we have to experience it. We have to experience it first. I mean, the most courageous one, they can put money in the joint undertakings to be implemented to central financial management. You are my guest. We do the pilot together. So, but what I wanted to say is that we were late with the guidelines, and it's a pity. On the other side, most of the member states, they have not yet concluded the operational program. Not all, most, which means that it gives still the opportunity to be used now or in the revision of the guidelines. And just to highlight one thing, tomorrow there will be a very in-depth parallel session about the synergies in practice and a lot of practical information about the guidelines. But just to say, the transfer of budget is a beautiful thing for the member states, because you push the responsibility to the central administration. And in addition, for mono-beneficiary projects like the ERC of Marie Skłodowska-Curie, the beneficiaries, we have the label as well. So I think this is something that I would really encourage you to think about, because it will be very, very beneficial for your beneficiaries.
Well, I didn't want to be heard as a member state that is not using this Seal of Excellence label. We are using it. We are, of course, using MSCA. We are using these no money lists. We are using the co-financing or financing from teaming, complementary financing from teaming. We are using it. You have asked the bottlenecks. So yeah. I have mentioned them.
Okay, thank you. Maybe Raquel first, and then Samuel. Raquel, you started to illustrate some good examples. Would you like to focus on the good or the bottlenecks?
Well, I would like, as I have already presented examples, I would like to focus on the inter-administrative and inter-institutional relation for good practices and also bottlenecks. And you already mentioned some of the good practices related to the work that we did together with the partnerships and that served to the rest of the EU. And it was only 3 months, the time that took us to have a clear picture of the technical needs that we needed to put in place. And I think this is a beautiful example of collaboration between administrations. And on the other hand, in the second example that I mentioned in my first intervention, we have exactly the same problem, but in a different way, because most of the regions were not able to use the structural funds because the lacking of guidelines that now we have. And what I want to say is that the guidelines that we now have are going to be really useful. But in the middle time, we had difficulties. And so, well, we will now to go into the details with our managing authorities to get the best of these guidelines, and hopefully to try to increase the synergy in the new instruments that we are put in place.
Thank you very much, Raquel, for this, and I can reassure you, you are not going to be left alone. And we will try to establish a group together with managing authorities, representatives from research ministries, and the European Commission services to help you to understand and to put in place these guidelines. Samuel.
Yes, I think Ludovic's slide very clearly illustrated the complexities of the research funding system, sort of from the level also of a ministry. But I think we must, when we construct these kind of systems, we must also try to put ourselves in the shoes of the individual researchers, of the individual research institutions that have to live under these rules. Before I became State Secretary, I was president of the Swedish Regulatory Scrutiny Board. So we spent the time looking at whether different regulatory proposals had been assessed when it came to the administrative burden that they created for businesses, in particular small businesses. And I think maybe more often we should have the same approach when it comes to public administration and, of course, to higher education and research. And of course, I mean, you mentioned, and the Commission mentioned, the efforts that are being made to simplify and sort of harmonize the rules regarding things like auditing, the kind of information that you have to provide. I think we have to, when we look for synergies, we really have to think about, so what would the caller look like for the individual researchers? And then sometimes I think that actually puts a constraint, because sometimes we can't search for too many synergies, because then it becomes too complex. There are too many boxes to tick, and you might run the risk of actually just ticking the boxes, right? And of course, this is something important now when we see the missions, which from a Swedish perspective we're very much in favor of, but of course their relationship to the clusters will become very important. So to make sure that researchers know what they are supposed to apply for, and that it's just not become, well, I have this project, and where can I fit it in? Of course, that will always be part of the process, but we must make sure that we don't create unnecessary complexities on that end. So always sort of think about what will the call look like that the research funding bodies put out. So that's one thing. Then when it comes to positive examples, and one thing, when we have a new sort of geopolitical situation since 24th of February, and one thing that the European Union has done is this. The Repower EU, where the Commission's plan to make Europe independent of let's say Russian fossil fuels, then well before 2030, and that's of course something that would require us to put a lot of we must put together knowledge from a lot of different areas, and we must do it in a very accelerated time. And I think that's a very clear mission that has to be achieved here and now. And of course, it will be interesting to see how well that works and what we can learn from that kind of process, because at times there will be very urgent questions that require a very urgent answer. And of course, our research funding mechanisms and our way of sort of, and also using our research infrastructures and so on, must be adapted also to that kind of more urgent situation.
Thank you very much, and you raise a very important point. Repower EU, COVID, 2 years ago, where again we have to pull together all the research and innovation funding synergies, but also the synergies with the industry in order to be able to produce the vaccine, to bring it quickly to the market. And indeed, urgencies and missions could make us working together with the different communities to deliver, even based on basic research, the impact now, today, because this is what is needed. Thank you very much. Look, I don't have a watch. I would like to ask somebody how far we are. Because this is, in 2 minutes we have to conclude. We have the flag. So, okay, so that means that it's a very interesting and challenging discussion. And because we have only 2 minutes and we have one more question and the video message from our Director General, Claire Jury, I suggest that I give you 1 second, or maybe something like that, for the last question. I rephrase the last question. One thing that you would like to choose among the different issues that you have in your mind about what needs to be done in the future in order to improve synergies and to exploit the full potential. One thing. What is one word? What is?
Shall I start?
Yes.
Yeah. I think we have to look at things that haven't been mentioned. We have to look at researchers' careers. I mean, traditional ways of assessing merits might not really capture or might not create enough incentives for the kind of activities that creates these synergies, in particular in relationship to industry. And I think that's important that we now, when we, for other reasons regarding open science and so, are looking into researchers' careers, and of course this is something very much for the research community, maybe not for the sort of the legislators, but of course we are important actors in this as well. I mean, I think that's one thing that we have to look into, how can we create career paths and incentives that really makes researchers involved in activities that create synergies. And then, of course, I would love to talk about research infrastructures, about space, how we can use space. I visited the Space Agency this morning, for example. So that's, but we leave it for another time or for the discussions afterwards.
Thank you. Thank you, Samuel. Ludovic?
For me, it's 2 things. The first one is to support the Prague Declaration in short term. As it's outlined, it's all there. To be daring for a future. I also have a nice slide, if it comes up. To use more the concept of transfers, conditionally based transfers. So you do a transfer, and there might be conditions like it will be in sort of in a ratio with some other funding, or it might be conditioned by a reform, as was the original idea of RRF, or it might be conditioned by achieving a certain milestone. But then you don't do the micromanagement and the specific rules for the implementation. That you leave for what comes out of the big pot, where you melt everything, of course, based on certain conditions. So the use of transfers, that's what I see in the future as one great way for synergies.
Thank you very much. Václav.
I have to tell that Ludovic probably looked my paper, because the first point I've written is the Prague Declaration. Surprisingly. The second point, ask researchers. The devil is in detail. They are tackling the problems which comes from the, let's say, unclarity of the rules. Third point, communicate with each other. DG Regio, DG Research, DG Education, but we as well, our ministries. In the Czech context, Ministry of Education, Ministry of Industry, new part of the Office of the Government, part of the Ministries Langšádlová and so on. Please communicate. Let's communicate. Thank you.
Thank you. And Raquel?
Because we will contribute as much as possible to the Prague Declaration, and I will add 3 ingredients to move forward. First, simpler rules based on clear guidelines and aligned to regulations. Second, well-known tools, avoiding for the fragmentation of the typology of funding instruments. And third, co-design and co-creation of European and national R&I driving initiatives. And we are also waiting for the special report of the European Court of Auditors, and I hope it will simplify and make more easy the use of the funds.
Thank you. And now is the moment to hear the message from Claire Jury, Director General for Research and Innovation from France.
Dear Minister Václav Velkovsky, dear State Secretary Samuel Engblom, dear Secretary General for Research Raquel Iotti, dear General Director Jean-Éric Becquet, dear colleagues and participants, I would like firstly to warmly thank the Czech Presidency of the European Union Council for organizing this flagship conference on synergies in the research and innovation funding in Europe and its invitation to participate in this political debate. I was unfortunately not able to join you in Prague today, but given the importance of the topic, both for the Member States and for the Union as a whole, I nevertheless wanted to share with you today our experience and thoughts. I will address all three questions that were raised. Strengthening synergies between different research and innovation funding schemes, whether European, national or regional, is absolutely key to maximize the impact of research and innovation. In order to tackle tomorrow's challenges, such as the green and digital transitions, public health or industrial sovereignty, we need to coordinate our investments. For instance, the French Recovery and Resilience Plan places research and innovation amongst its main priorities. It supports strategic investments in various industrial sectors or technologies of the future, such as space and e-health. Our national plan aims to foster transnational collaboration, strengthen scientific excellence, and accelerate technology transfer in line with our common recovery objectives. In this context, we have also established partnerships with our regions in order to involve them closely in the recovery. Their priorities in terms of green transition, research modernization, and development of infrastructures will enable synergies to be created, in particular with Horizon Europe. We have also worked very closely with the regions during the preparation of the partnership agreement submitted by France for the implementation of the European Cohesion Policy funds for 2021 until 27. This partnership agreement, validated at the beginning of June, paves the way for the approval of the new operational programs. These funds can be mobilized for many aspects of research and innovation, such as support for applied and collaborative research infrastructures, as well as for the necessary scientific equipment, including those that enable the improvement of very large research infrastructures. These are two concrete examples that I wanted to share with you because they seem to me to illustrate particularly well our practical experience with synergies between the national level and the Union in the first case, and between the states and the regional management authorities in the second. And I can already assure you that we are continuing our efforts at national level to make these synergies always more concrete. One of the major examples of successful synergy that I would like to mention is the support for European universities. The European University Initiatives is currently supporting 41 pilot European universities alliances, and soon more, testing different models for the innovative, excellent, inclusive, and world-class universities of the future in Europe. These European universities, consisting of higher education institutions from several European countries, have been supported by Erasmus+, and have received additional funding from the Horizon 2020's Science with Science and Society program in order to develop their research dimension. This is a very good and tangible example of synergies between two European programs. In addition, many member states have also provided complementary financial support, which is a good illustration of synergies between the European and national levels. This dynamic is fertile and is inspiring also for the whole European higher education sector. It is necessary to support more effectively the transformations and development in which the alliances are engaged, assisting them to cope with different national systems. It's also crucial to bring forward a long-term vision for European universities beyond the pilot phase. Therefore, it's of utmost importance that we work together to provide ambitious and sustainable support for the development of European universities through a more coordinated national and European funding. It is certainly important that we share our successes, but we also need to address the remaining barriers and find ways to remove them. Our experience shows that synergies between funds are not always effective in practice, mainly because regulations are too complex to be understood by both the managing authorities and the project partners. This complexity and the associated management burden have a dissuasive effect, particularly when it comes to seeking structural funds. The simplification and clarification efforts undertaken by the European Commission in the framework of the 2014-2020 structural funds programming and in preparation for the 2021 and 2027 programming are to be really welcomed. However, applicants still face barriers when it comes to mobilizing different European, national and regional funding. This is why efforts must be stepped up, and it is therefore necessary that the Commission continues the work undertaken jointly with the Member States and the managing authorities. I would like to reiterate the commitment of the French authorities in this process. The guidelines on the synergies in research and innovation funding currently being finalized by the Commission services will undoubtedly be an essential tool for better coordination of the sources of funding. The other topic that represents a major challenge in terms of synergy is the implementation of European missions. Expectations to deliver on these ambitious missions are very high. The recently approved Council conclusions on European missions, which are the results of the work carried out under the French presidency of the EU Council in the research sector, state that the success of European missions is based on effective synergies between Horizon Europe, including its European partnerships, and other relevant Union programs. In this case, too, the Commission will be a key partner in ensuring that programs other than Horizon Europe contribute to the implementation of the missions. So, dear colleagues, as you can see, there are still many challenges when we talk about synergies. I'm sure that today's discussion will be very fruitful. I thank you very much for your attention, and I wish you an excellent conference.
Many thanks to Claire Giry for this very clear and interesting intervention, which was very much aligned with what we discussed here today. I would like to thank all of you. It took a little bit more time, but I think the passion and the interest of this discussion demonstrates that
you still have time to ask some questions from the audience.
I still have, okay.
Yeah.
Sorry, I still have 5 minutes to ask questions to the audience. Then please, the audience, challenge us. You see, you have very knowledgeable speakers. Yes, please.
Thank you, and thank you to all the speakers for your comments, especially the very busy slides that the Slovak representative actually showed us. Quite a lot of food for thought. I think one thing I would like to add to what you have all stated, which are very valid points, is the question of timing. Number one, timing is of essence when it comes to synergies, because sometimes one program is open, but the other one is not. And then you have to wait for the other program, and it creates quite a lot of confusion. How to mitigate this? Actually, this and unfortunately, Anna, I have to put this on your plate, because I think the Commission has a very important role to play. So I think the biggest barrier that prevents us from having all these synergies is definitely the simplification of the calls. So when you have a call, whether it's under Horizon Europe, whether it's under Erasmus, for example, or it is not always very clear where the synergies can actually happen. Whether whether a call is being launched on its own, you really have to read between the lines. So one of my appeal is please help us not to read any more between the lines. Be clear. Tell us that this call has a synergy, can have synergies with, I don't know, Erasmus Plus. Okay, so let's make the cause clear and simple enough so that we know exactly where the synergies can happen. And obviously this question of timing. One other point that also I want to add is one thing that's preventing the synergies is this deconstruction of the walls. So over the years, quite a lot of walls have been put up. One of the major, I think, stumbling blocks is state aid, especially when you're mixing the EU funding with national funding. So once they jump from Commission money or EU money into national money, there you have the problems of state aid, which most of the time just make it impossible for you to have synergy or to actually fund anything, because state aid is really a brick wall which we have to climb each time we have to fund anything for research and innovation. So that is another point that I wanted to add, but I'll stop here. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think these are more statements rather than questions that we could reply, but certainly I can reassure you from our side that we do it the maximum that we could under the current framework program at the legal basis through state aid, in the Horizon Europe program, in structural funds, and with the guidelines. We hope that it will be easier at this round. I cannot promise that it will be costless and timeless. So, but let's test it and let's see how it's going to be. I don't know whether, yes, please.
Thank you. Thank you. I just come with a, let's say, from my past, from legislative background, and there is something which is called RIA, Regulatory Impact Assessment, and it's let's say, common that the impact assessment of the regulatory and administrative burden is being made regularly during the force of the law. And maybe this is a question, if something like the analysis, if the regulation works, doesn't work, in what regard, if it's really necessary, for example, in research and innovation, I think this is something we should really put on the table on the European level.
Great, point taken.
It's fine.
Any other questions?
Hello, my name is Jiří Kolman. I am project manager, one of the childs of synergic funding, EU structural funding and EU funding, etc. CHGLOB, Global Change Research Center. And maybe I would be provocative and I would ask for more synergies. I can imagine there is nice also synergy. It was mentioned here, ESA programming, for example. But I can imagine also defense fund, European Defense Fund or European development aid, and to use it for technology transfer. And it would be nice also that there would be specific calls to promote also research funding and transfer in these other EU policies. So this would be a nice dream if it would come true. And thank you for Eric, because this is the outcome of Czech presidency 10 years ago, and we are really enjoying the effects of Eric, especially in the projects that are coordinated by Eric, that we are members. So this is an example that it can go, and I can imagine also in other EU policies. Thank you.
Good afternoon. Many thanks for excellent discussion. I have a question as a representative of one of the partnership, rail partnership for the Czech Republic. And I have the two simple questions to all of you. Can you please explain clearly the difference between synergies and complementarities? It's not very clear. And the second question is how to help to use the support for military mobility in transport. Now is the main questions for helping Ukraine, for instance, in the crisis. Thank you.
Well, I will try the first question. I had the same in my mind when Lucas Levak just told me about the preparation of the conference. From mine, but just mine personal perceiving is that the synergies are in the same time and the same timeline, but the complementarities does not need to. But it's just my understanding of these terms. But of course, maybe our colleague will add something.
Well, maybe it's also in the impact, because from complementarity you expect you will have 1 + 1, and you will have 2. From synergy you expect you will have 1 + 1 and have more than 2, like 3, 4, or only 1. Or well, then it's the opposite of synergy, I guess.
First, I would like to thank my colleagues for taking that question. I would like to address the question asked by the gentleman in the back. I think here, again, sort of one of the complexities is that, it's something that we have to be aware of, is that, I mean, research and education, but research can be excellent regional policy. Research can be excellent defense policy. Research can be excellent transportation policy, because all these areas need research. I try to tell my colleagues in other ministries that you can't do anything without us, right? Because without research and without education, none of the plans that you have can be fulfilled. But I think we also have to be clear that this creates a risk for research and for research funding, in the sense that funding that is meant to go to research might become a piggy bank for other policy areas. And of course here we are, I mean, if we think about projects where the aim is regional development, and we look at the EU system, they should be financed by funds that are set aside for regional development, not by Horizon Europe. So I mean, I think this is something that especially those of us who work in the field of and try to defend sort of the value of higher education and research. I think it's important that sometimes we have to keep other policy areas a bit at bay. We have a lot to provide to them, but we also have to defend our integrity. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Indeed, we have to provide what we synergy with others, but we have to do a lot for research, innovation, and education policy as well. At the same time. Something to add?
I think my colleagues has mentioned all the important points, and I would like to emphasize on the added value of synergies. We are looking for having more impact with the same investment by using these aligned investments for improve the impact of our political actions.
I would like just to benefit, there is one question in the slide that I would like to read loud for all of you. And I would like to benefit to say a few words. So the question that it takes most of the raised hands, most of the points, most of the thumbs, is the wish, one single set of rules, which really work on technical level and are implemented in time, that beneficiaries can work with it without massive administrative burden. And here I would like to say that for those that they are following the implementation of framework programs and also other programs centrally managed by the Commission, you will realize that under this edition of programs, we have made a lot of effort to simplify rules. Our single set of rules is the financial regulation. It's simpler than it was in the past. It's more harmonized, the process, the procedures that we put in place. Even we have the same a IT system to run all the grants for all centrally management programs. So in a way, we have paved the way towards a single set of rules and a unique system in relation to all programs that they are managed centrally by the Commission. And certainly, this new set of procedures and rules will simplify synergies as well, synergies between Horizon Europe and Digital Europe, synergies between Horizon Europe and LIFE, between Horizon Europe and CEF for the transport. So we have paved the way to something which is simpler than that it was in the past. We are not yet there also for shared management funds, because of course shared management is something, this is under the responsibility to be implemented by the member states. Maybe, if it's such a wish of the communities and the stakeholders in the future, that we may consider in the next MFF something which is broader and could incorporate also shared management. But I think this is something probably that should be also asked to our colleagues from DG Regio and the member states, of course, that they have the responsibility for the shared management funds. But I don't know whether you have also some views on that, on single set of rules. Challenging.
Yeah, I fully support it. I mean, in the last slide, using the transfers, what you got in the end was a single set of rules for the money which was melted based on meeting different conditionalities, which are based on the goals, depending on from which source the money comes from.
Okay. Yeah.
It's not an easy task, but I agree that it will be very helpful.
Of course, I mean, I mentioned the sort of the regulatory burden that we put on researchers, and of course we want researchers to spend their time doing research, not applying for money, and of course anything that can simplify that. But at the same time, then it's how do you collect relevant information for that call, making sure that 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 you get that relevant information, but at the same time you simplify the application procedure. I can see from a Swedish perspective that sometimes maybe researchers may choose not to apply for funding from European programs for the reason that they are more complex than maybe natural sources. And of course it's not good for us because we want to take a bigger piece of the pie of the European resources. But of course it could also mean that we're not funding the best projects. So it's an important thing to lower these barriers while sort of making sure that we use the funds in the best way, that we have a correct auditing and all this. But I mean, that's always the challenge of regulation, right?
Indeed. So I will finish with you, Václav. You are the Czech presidency, so you will bring the single set of rules at the end of this presidency. What do you think?
Well, if you promise that the European Commission will make so by the end of the Czech presidency as well.
I think we have some legal constraints for the moment.
Oh! Don't tell me. No. Well, I don't want to be skeptical, but this situation never happened. Never. And the reason is that the programs that are written are having different aims. And it may be simplified on the European level. It means you may simplify the all communitarian programs, but you cannot simplify it in a similar way all national legislation which are regulating the providing of grants. You cannot. Secondly, practical example. In a previous programming period, there were more than, in the Czech Republic, there were, I don't know not now, but about, I think, 8, 9 operational programs. And every operational program has its own rules. And therefore, Ministry of Regional Development in the previous one, or it was pre-previous one, the previous one comes with the idea, okay, let's make a regulation together and in common, and it will be common for all operation program in the Czech Republic. Is it applicable for human resources, transfer, education, research, environment, energetic, the same rules? Cannot. Sorry to be skeptical, but cannot.
I can reassure you that we have exactly the same exercise in the context of the European Commission the last 3 years, and there was a lot of hesitation. But I'm not saying that the rules became exactly the same, but we managed to harmonize them. And we're talking about 60 or maybe even more different commission programs, centrally managed. But what we did first is to reduce them, to group them, and then to harmonize the way that they're implemented. So everything is possible, but we need to spend time, resources, and to enhance synergies between people. So I would like to close this excellent session. Thank you very much for your active participation. Thank you very much for you following this discussion. And for those that are following us virtually, I hope you found it interesting. And certainly, this is going to be one of the highest challenges for this presidency, upcoming presidency, and for the European Union, I believe, the next years to come. Hopefully, next MFF will give us even better results. Thank you very much.
And thank you, Anna, for your wonderful moderation. It was a great pleasure to have you here. Thank all our guests. Now we are having the coffee break, 30 minutes. Please don't forget to mark, make your interest for tomorrow panel sessions so that we know how we can organize it, and we will meet here again in 30 minutes.
More than ever before, we must not forget what we have had to overcome throughout history. We must not forget the valuable lessons we have learned. We must not forget why we forged our alliance. What made us stronger? What we have learned. That alliances are made by people. We need to remember that appeasement does not create peace. For peace, we need to be ready to stand together. Democracy is delicate. It needs to be actively protected and fostered. Only then can justice prevail, and the European community can prosper. In challenging times, the Czech historic experience brings a unique perspective that is so important for our focus going forward. In 2022, the Czech Republic holds the presidency of the European Union. Now is the time to write the future of Europe. Let's find our path together.
Where are you coming from?
A research stay.
Are you Emily Johansson by chance?
Hey, proud of you,
Thank
Emily.
you.
Look forward to your presentation.
See you then. It was a wonderful 3 months, which has not only brought me professional success, but also new colleagues and friends. Thank you. And now your questions.
How is it with the language there?
Everybody speaks fluent English.
What about the quality of the labs?
They have top-notch facilities for scientific research. Yeah? Emmeline, how difficult is it to get to Silicon Valley? Silicon Valley? I was in the Czech Republic, Robert. Oh, Czechoslovakia? They finally got internet. Yes, they have it, Robert. Seems you are the one not connected.
Don't be, Robert. Get connected. Czech Republic, your partner for excellence in education and research.
So, would anyone else like to visit the Czech Republic?
More than ever before, we must not forget what we have had to overcome throughout history. We must not forget the valuable lessons we have learned. We must not forget why we forged our alliance. What made us stronger? What we have learned. That alliances are made by people. We need to remember that appeasement does not create peace. For peace, we need to be ready to stand together. Democracy is delicate. It needs to be actively protected and fostered. Only then can justice prevail, and the European community can prosper. In challenging times, the Czech historic experience brings a unique perspective that is so important for our focus going forward. In 2022, the Czech Republic holds the presidency of the European Union. Now is the time to write the future of Europe. Let's find our path together.
Where are you coming from?
A research stay.
Are you Emily Johansson by chance?
Hey, proud of you,
Thank
Emily.
you.
Look forward to your presentation.
See you then. It was a wonderful 3 months, which has not only brought me professional success, but also new colleagues and friends. Thank you. And now your questions.
How is it with the language there?
Everybody speaks fluent English.
What about the quality of the labs?
They have top-notch facilities for scientific research. Yeah? Emmeline, how difficult is it to get to Silicon Valley? Silicon Valley? I was in the Czech Republic, Robert. Oh, Czechoslovakia? They finally got internet. Yes, they have it, Robert. Seems you are the one not connected.
Don't be, Robert. Get connected. Czech Republic, your partner for excellence in education and research.
So, would anyone else like to visit the Czech Republic?
More than ever before, we must not forget what we have had to overcome throughout history. We must not forget the valuable lessons we have learned. We must not forget why we forged our alliance. What made us stronger? What we have learned. That alliances are made by people. We need to remember that appeasement does not create peace. For peace, we need to be ready to stand together. Democracy is delicate. It needs to be actively protected and fostered. Only then can justice prevail, and the European community can prosper. In challenging times, the Czech historic experience brings a unique perspective that is so important for our focus going forward. In 2022, the Czech Republic holds the presidency of the European Union. Now is the time to write the future of Europe. Let's find our path together.
Where are you coming from?
A research stay.
Are you Emily Johansson by chance?
Hey, proud of you,
Thank
Emily.
you.
Look forward to your presentation.
See you then. It was a wonderful 3 months, which has not only brought me professional success, but also new colleagues and friends. Thank you. And now your questions.
How is it with the language there?
Everybody speaks fluent English.
What about the quality of the labs?
They have top-notch facilities for scientific research.
Emmeline, how difficult is it to get to Silicon Valley?
Silicon Valley? I was in the Czech Republic, Robert.
Oh, Czechoslovakia? They finally got internet.
Yes, they have it, Robert. Seems you are the one not connected.
Don't be, Robert. Get connected. Czech Republic, your partner for excellence in education and research.
So, would anyone else like to visit the Czech Republic?
More than ever before, we must not forget what we have had to overcome throughout history. We must not forget the valuable lessons we have learned. We must not forget why we forged our alliance. What made us stronger? What we have learned. That alliances are made by people. We need to remember that appeasement does not create peace. For peace, we need to be ready to stand together. Democracy is delicate. It needs to be actively protected and fostered. Only then can justice prevail, and the European community can prosper. In challenging times, the Czech historic experience brings a unique perspective that is so important for our focus going forward. In 2022, the Czech Republic holds the presidency of the European Union. Now is the time to write the future of Europe. Let's find our path together.
Where are you coming from?
A research stay.
Are you Emily Johansson by chance?
Hey, proud of you,
Thank
Emily.
you.
Look forward to your presentation.
See you then. It was a wonderful 3 months, which has not only brought me professional success, but also new colleagues and friends. Thank you. And now your questions.
How is it with the language there?
Everybody speaks fluent English.
What about the quality of the labs?
They have top-notch facilities for scientific research.
Emily, how difficult is it to get to Silicon Valley?
Silicon Valley? I was in the Czech Republic, Robert.
Oh, Czechoslovakia? They finally got internet.
Yes, they have it, Robert. Seems you are the one not connected.
Don't be, Robert. Get connected. Czech Republic, your partner for excellence in education and research.
So, would anyone else like to visit the Czech Republic?
More than ever before, we must not forget what we have had to overcome throughout history. We must not forget the valuable lessons we have learned. We must not forget why we forged our alliance. What made us stronger? What we have learned. That alliances are made by people. We need to remember that appeasement does not create peace. For peace, we need to be ready to stand together. Democracy is delicate. It needs to be actively protected and fostered. Only then can justice prevail, and the European community can prosper. In challenging times, the Czech historic experience brings a unique perspective that is so important for our focus going forward. In 2022, the Czech Republic holds the presidency of the European Union. Now is the time to write the future of Europe. Let's find our path together.
Where are you coming from?
A research stay.
Are you Emily Johansson by chance?
Hey, proud of you,
Thank
Emily.
you.
Look forward to your presentation.
See you then. It was a wonderful 3 months, which has not only brought me professional success, but also new colleagues and friends. Thank you. And now your questions.
How is it with the language there?
Everybody speaks fluent English.
What about the quality of the labs?
They have top-notch facilities for scientific research.
Emmeline, how difficult is it to get to Silicon Valley?
Silicon Valley? I was in the Czech Republic, Robert.
Oh, Czechoslovakia? They finally got internet.
Yes, they have it, Robert. Seems you are the one not connected.
Don't be, Robert. Get connected. Czech Republic, your partner for excellence in education and research.
So, would anyone else like to visit the Czech Republic?
More than ever before, we must not forget what we have had to overcome throughout history. We must not forget the valuable lessons we have learned. We must not forget why we forged our alliance. What made us stronger? What we have learned. That alliances are made by people. We need to remember that appeasement does not create peace. For peace, we need to be ready to stand together. Democracy is delicate. It needs to be actively protected and fostered. Only then can justice prevail, and the European community can prosper. In challenging times, the Czech historic experience brings a unique perspective that is so important for our focus going forward. In 2022, the Czech Republic holds the presidency of the European Union. Now is the time to write the future of Europe. Let's find our path together.
Where are you coming from?
A research stay.
Are you Emily Johansson by chance?
Hey, proud of you,
Thank
Emily.
you.
Look forward to your presentation.
See you then. It was a wonderful 3 months, which has not only brought me professional success, but also new colleagues and friends. Thank you. And now your questions.
How is it with the language there?
Everybody speaks fluent English.
What about the quality of the labs?
They have top-notch facilities for scientific research.
Emmeline, how difficult is it to get to Silicon Valley?
Silicon Valley? I was in the Czech Republic, Robert.
Oh, Czechoslovakia? They finally got internet.
Yes, they have it, Robert. Seems you are the one not connected.
Don't be, Robert. Get connected. Czech Republic, your partner for excellence in education and research.
So, would anyone else like to visit the Czech Republic?
More than ever before, we must not forget what we have had to overcome throughout history. We must not forget the valuable lessons we have learned. We must not forget why we forged our alliance. What made us stronger? What we have learned. That alliances are made by people. We need to remember that appeasement does not create peace. For peace, we need to be ready to stand together. Democracy is delicate. It needs to be actively protected and fostered. Only then can justice prevail, and the European community can prosper. In challenging times, the Czech historic experience brings a unique perspective that is so important for our focus going forward. In 2022, the Czech Republic holds the presidency of the European Union. Now is the time to write the future of Europe. Let's find our path together.
Where are you coming from?
A research stay.
Are you Emily Johansson by chance?
Hey, proud of you,
Thank
Emily.
you.
Look forward to your presentation.
See you then. It was a wonderful 3 months, which has not only brought me professional success, but also new colleagues and friends. Thank you. And now your questions. How is it with the language there? Everybody speaks fluent English.
What about the quality of the labs?
They have top-notch facilities for scientific research.
Emmeline, how difficult is it to get to Silicon Valley?
Silicon Valley? I was in the Czech Republic, Robert.
Oh, Czechoslovakia? They finally got internet.
Yes, they have it, Robert. Seems you are the one not connected.
Don't be, Robert. Get connected. Czech Republic, your partner for excellence in education and research.
So, would anyone else like to visit the Czech Republic?
More than ever before, we must not forget what we have had to overcome throughout history. We must not forget the valuable lessons we have learned. We must not forget why we forged our alliance. What made us stronger? What we have learned. That alliances are made by people. We need to remember that appeasement does not create peace. For peace, we need to be ready to stand together. Democracy is delicate. It needs to be actively protected and fostered. Only then can justice prevail, and the European community can prosper. In challenging times, the Czech historic experience brings a unique perspective that is so important for our focus going forward. In 2022, the Czech Republic holds the presidency of the European Union. Now is the time to write the future of Europe. Let's find our path together.
Where are you coming from?
A research stay.
Are you Emily Johansson by chance?
Hey, proud of you,
Thank
Emily.
you.
Look forward to your presentation.
See you then. It was a wonderful 3 months, which has not only brought me professional success, but also new colleagues and friends. Thank you. And now your questions.
How is it with the language there?
Everybody speaks fluent English.
What about the quality of the labs?
They have top-notch facilities for scientific research.
Emmeline, how difficult is it to get to Silicon Valley?
Silicon Valley? I was in the Czech Republic, Robert.
Oh, Czechoslovakia? They finally got internet.
Yes, they have it, Robert. Seems you are the one not connected.
Don't be, Robert. Get connected. Czech Republic, your partner for excellence in education and research.
So, would anyone else like to visit the Czech Republic?
More than ever before, we must not forget what we have had to overcome throughout history. We must not forget the valuable lessons we have learned. We must not forget why we forged our alliance. What made us stronger? What we have learned. That alliances are made by people. We need to remember that appeasement does not create peace. For peace, we need to be ready to stand together. Democracy is delicate. It needs to be actively protected and fostered. Only then can justice prevail, and the European community can prosper. In challenging times, the Czech historic experience brings a unique perspective that is so important for our focus going forward. In 2022, the Czech Republic holds the presidency of the European Union. Now is the time to write the future of Europe. Let's find our path together.
Where are you coming from?
A research stay.
Are you Emily Johansson by chance?
Hey. Look forward to your presentation.
See you then. It was a wonderful 3 months, which has not only brought me professional success, but also new colleagues and friends. Thank you. And now your questions.
How is it with the language there?
Everybody speaks fluent English.
What about the quality of the labs?
They have top-notch facilities for scientific research. Yep.
Emmeline, how difficult is it to get to Silicon Valley?
Silicon Valley? I was in the Czech Republic, Robert.
Oh, Czechoslovakia? They finally got internet.
Yes, they have it, Robert. Seems you are the one not connected.
Don't be, Robert. Get connected. Czech Republic, your partner for excellence in education and research.
So, would anyone else like to visit the Czech Republic?
More than ever before, we must not forget what we have had to overcome throughout history. We must not forget the valuable lessons we have learned. We must not forget why we forged our alliance. What made us stronger? What we have learned. That alliances are made by people. We need to remember that appeasement does not create peace. For peace, we need to be ready to stand together. Democracy is delicate. It needs to be actively protected and fostered. Only then can justice prevail, and the European community can prosper. In challenging times, the Czech historic experience brings a unique perspective that is so important for our focus going forward. In 2022, the Czech Republic holds the presidency of the European Union. Now is the time to write the future of Europe. Let's find our path together.
Where are you coming from?
A research stay.
Are you Emily Johansson by chance?
Hey, proud of you,
Thank
Emily.
you.
Look forward to your presentation.
See you then. It was a wonderful 3 months, which has not only brought me professional success, but also new colleagues and friends. Thank you. And now your questions.
How is it with the language there?
Everybody speaks fluent English.
What about the quality of the labs?
They have top-notch facilities for scientific research.
Emmeline, how difficult is it to get to Silicon Valley?
Silicon Valley? I was in the Czech Republic, Robert.
Oh, Czechoslovakia? They finally got internet.
Yes, they have it, Robert. Seems you are the one not connected.
Don't be, Robert. Get connected. Czech Republic, your partner for excellence in education and research.
So, would anyone else like to visit the Czech Republic?
More than ever before, we must not forget what we have had to overcome throughout history. We must not forget the valuable lessons we have learned. We must not forget why we forged our alliance. What made us stronger? What we have learned. That alliances are made by people. We need to remember that appeasement does not create peace. For peace, we need to be ready to stand together. Democracy is delicate. It needs to be actively protected and fostered. Only then can justice prevail, and the European community can prosper. In challenging times, the Czech historic experience brings a unique perspective that is so important for our focus going forward. In 2022, the Czech Republic holds the presidency of the European Union. Now is the time to write the future of Europe. Let's find our path together.
Where are you coming from?
A research stay.
Are you Emily Johansson by chance?
Hey, proud of you,
Thank
Emily.
you.
Look forward to your presentation.
See you then. It was a wonderful 3 months, which has not only brought me professional success, but also new colleagues and friends. Thank you. And now your questions.
How is it with the language there?
Everybody speaks fluent English.
What about the quality of the labs?
They have top-notch facilities for scientific research. Yeah?
Emmeline, how difficult is it to get to Silicon Valley?
Silicon Valley? I was in the Czech Republic, Robert.
Oh, Czechoslovakia? They finally got internet.
Yes, they have it, Robert. Seems you are the one not connected.
Don't be, Robert. Get connected. Czech Republic, your partner for excellence in education and research.
So, would anyone else like to visit the Czech Republic?
So, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. Please take your seat. I have to say it was a real challenge to get you back from the coffee break. But I suppose it should be like this because it shouldn't be just sitting and listening to some maybe even interesting people, but it should be about networking, about talking to your colleagues, peers. So we are definitely happy to have it a bit longer. But now, if you want to have a dinner then later, if you want to manage to get a bus and so on, it would be great to get back and to start with the second part of today's program. We have talked a lot about policies, about public actors who are important for the European level, for synergies, and now we are going to talk about praxis, about people who are driving the innovation, about universities, about research infrastructures, about people who are really into science and research. And we are having an opening remark from Mr. Vít Vondrák, who is the director of IT for Innovations, National Supercomputing Center of the Technical University of Ostrava. And right after that, I will keep him on the stage and invite the rest of the guests. So please, Mr. Vondrák, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen, the distinguished guests. So it's my really honor to talk about our center, about the experience with synergies, because I think that our center actually was built on the synergies and is still being built on the synergies. So from this point of view, I wanted just to present you here a little bit about our history, about our center, a little bit also about the recent situation, how we are, let's say, dealing with different sources of funding, how we can find the synergies there, and what we can see as a really big benefit from that. So first of all, let me start with very briefly with the history. Actually, we were working in the field of high performance computing even before our center was established. But actually, it was really something what we really appreciated when possibility of a funding from the European Structural Investment Fund appeared. And we immediately started to think about the project which will build and establish the Center of Excellence in high-performance computing in the Czech Republic. Finally, we received the funding from European Union and from our ministry, and we established the center in 2011. So it's exactly 10 years, or a little bit more than 10 years ago. And actually, it was the project of the 5 partners, which was led by our university. The main goal was not only just to build the supercomputers in the Czech Republic, similar which we used in abroad, for example, in other countries of the EU, which were better developed in the high-performance computing than us, but also to, let's say, to establish something what we can call the center of competence with the different research activity, innovations activities, with support and for our users and so on and so on. As I mentioned, we established the center 2011. Then we established the research teams, and then you can see in the timeline then the first supercomputer was was installed in 2013. Then we built the building 2013, and end of the implementation phase of the whole project was the installation of our biggest supercomputer called the Solomon, which was ranked among the 14 best performing supercomputers in the world. So then I put there maybe not so interesting pie chart, because you can see there that 90% of the funding came from the European structural investment funds. Then actually this is really dominating part, but it is natural because the center was simply built from the structural funds. But there was just 6% from another national public funding, quite small portion of the European Union framework programs. That time it was the 7th framework program and Horizon 2020. And the others just also only 2. But after the implementation phase, we need to change a little bit our structure of the funding. First of all, actually, we received some support for our research activities from our national program for sustainability in the period 2016-2020. But it was, let's say, based on some rules, specifically that at least 40% we have to co-fund from other sources. Basically, it was mainly from the European framework programs or from contractual research and so on. What was at the beginning maybe something what was really challenging for us, because it was a really big jump from almost 100% funding from European structures to completely new source of funding. So, but I think that we did quite good work, and actually finally I think that we can say that it was a really good idea just to push on us a little bit to focus more on another sources than just only on national support of the infrastructure. So then there was also another national funding sources we used. Specifically, a really big portion came from the national support for large research infrastructures. That was really important for the operating of our infrastructure, but not only, it was also supporting our international collaborations, participation in the international research infrastructures, like, for example, PRAISE research infrastructure, also in other activities, for example, a European technology platform for high-performance computing, big data valuation, and many others. And of course, our research activities also participate in the public grant competition within our country. Specifically, it was from the Technological Agency of the Czech Republic or Czech Science Foundation. So, but it was not only the national money, of course. We use also the money from Europe, specifically the structural funds again. But those money were specifically just for the modernization and upgrades of the infrastructure, but just only a small portion was invested to our research activities, and specifically for a completely new research areas and so on and so on. Then, of course, you can see it also on the pie chart. We really, thanks to the rules of the National Program of Sustainability, we much more focus on the European Community funding, specifically Horizon 2020. And now actually it's Horizon Europe, or recently also Digital Europe program. By the way, right now we are also aware that as the one of the European Digital Innovation Hub. So it means that really this, you can see on the pie chart, it grew from the 2% to 21%. So what we see, that's really nice in the structure of our center. And if you look at the pie chart, so then that what really decreased, it's structural funds. It's only on the 34% right now. instead of the 90% in the previous period, and 41% is still coming from the national resources. So it's something what is close to half from the European money and from the national money. So, and that's something what maybe I would like to a little bit discuss on the next slide, because there is a really huge change in our supercomputing center, but not only in our, but I think it's this is something what impacted the whole European HPC community, and that's establishing of the Euro HPC joint undertaking. In fact, the policy, funding policy is that the European Euro HPC joint undertaking should be funded 50% from European Union and 50% from the national contribution. What means actually it's something what is really close also to our previous period. So it's something what we were quite well prepared for. And we, as the Czech Republic, entered to this partnership really very early after establishing the Euro HPC JU, and I must say that we are also playing a really active role there. For example, you can see here that at the IT for Innovation we host one of the 5 supercomputers in operation right now, Euro HPC supercomputers. The computer is called Carolina, and it's providing the access to European, not only the national researchers, but also to European communities. And if you look at the funding scenario, then you can see that 35% is owned and was invested from the union money, 60% from the structural funds, 5% we invested from our own resources, and operational cost was covered completely by the national contribution. So you can see here that this is really quite huge different resources used for such a system. And I would move even a little bit further, because this is really a very nice example, I would say, in the Europe, and historically it's at least historically in the HPC, in the high performance computing. This is the installation of the LUMI supercomputer. LUMI supercomputer is also Euro HPC joint undertaking system. The LUMI supercomputer system is the first most performing computer in the Europe, third in the world. What's maybe also interesting is the third energy efficient computer in the world. So those are really nice number. And what's important on that it was based on the so-called LUMI consortium. Of the consortium of the 10 relatively small countries, excluding the Poland, which is not so small. But if you look at the rest, that's Finland, Belgium, Switzerland, Czech Republic, of course, Denmark, Estonia, Iceland, Norway, as I mentioned, Poland, and Sweden. And what's quite interesting that those countries were able to, let's say, collect the funding, national funding, in the level of the 50%, because the remaining 50% was invested by the union. So, and then we were able to compete to the biggest supercomputers in the world. Yeah, so that's something what I would call synergy. Yeah. Because that's really something. This is not a complementarity only, because I think that actually we were able to build something what is qualitatively really high, and this is I think that the good start of the cooperation and collaboration with the different countries, building such a very specific research tools and so on. So that's. Something what I wanted just to present you here, and at the end of my talk I would like to let's say to highlight that this is something what is really result, I mean for us, which is coming from the, let's say, the EU cohesion policy, because we started to build a center with almost not so big experience with the operating the really large supercomputers and so on, and then actually using the our partnerships within the different European projects, we were able to be a really equal partner for the other really very well developed countries in the HPC right now. So that's something what really helped us. I think that's something what moved our center really forward quite a lot. And what I see, what is the benefit of that actually right now we are really contributing a lot with our experience, knowledge, not only in the LUMI supercomputer, for example, but also just providing our experience within the different European projects and also the national projects, of course. Yeah, that's what I see as a really huge benefit of all those synergies. What you can see in the whole history of our center, because it was really national funding, structural funding, framework programs. Yeah, and that's in fact the, I hope not end of the story, because I I would expect that we will continue, but and definitely end of my talk just before the panel. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. von Draag. Thank you. And please take a seat. And now I'd like to invite our guests. It's José Carlos Caldeira from INESC Brussels Hub. There is he. Well, welcome to you. Luca Ferrarese, Head of Secretariat Interreg Central Europe. There is he. Glad to have you here. Well, welcome. Then we have Frank Osterhoff from the scientific officer from DLR Project Management Agency. Welcome, Frank. Then we have, again, gladly, Anna Panagopoulou, the Director for European Research Area and Innovation, Directorate General for Research and Innovation, European Commission. And Mr. Wolfgang Polt, the Director of Policies from the Institute for Economics and Innovation Research from Joneum Research Limited. Hello and welcome. What a broad panel. I'm happy to have you all here. I hope you enjoyed the first part of our talk, and now we are about to hear some examples from your field of work, to hear some best practice. We have some questions I would like to ask all of you, and maybe let's do it like anyone who would like to share with us this can start. I know you maybe all have some specific point of view which you would like to share with us, just to explain where do you come from, maybe to show us a bit about your professional background. But let's start with a question which is basically for all of you. So what do synergies mean for applicants and beneficiaries in practice? This is the key point for our panel. So who would like to start? Please.
Well, good afternoon. Thank you. First of all, thank you.
Is it on?
Yeah, good afternoon. Thank you very much for the invitation. I've been a practitioner of synergies for 20 years, and actually an active militant of synergies for 20 years. So you can imagine that for me, being here today in this conference and knowing that this is a priority of Czech presidency is for me a big joy. As practitioner, I've been most of my professional life in an RTO, Research and Technology Transfer Organization in Portugal. The first project where we actually, on a conscious way, did something on synergies was, as I said, almost 20 years ago, when we took results from a European project that was approved, supported by the last call of the 5th framework program, so you can see how long this was about it. And we used national instrument to make a demonstration and a pilot installation in a real company of that result in a completely new sector. So we did further exploitation and cross-fertilization of results of European projects. And my first note will be, we talk about synergies, and when we talk about synergy, we usually talk about the most complex ones. We go for the most complex ones, and we tend to forget, for example, these type of synergies that are synergies because they are done in a conscious way of what we call sequential funding. So it's not complementary, it's sequential funding, but it's from the beginning designed to be like that. And this is a huge potential for Europe. There is a lot of results from European projects that could be spread, disseminated, further exploited at national, regional level in the same regions, or sorry, in the same sectors or in other sectors, and we are not taking full advantage of this potential. So this was my first experience. And then I also was responsible for launching a cluster on production technologies. And at that time, we were able to work with the national authorities to convince them, to make them open calls at national level. The topics were aligned not with the calls at European level that were starting, but with the topics of the calls of the projects that were ending from the European programs. So precisely that we can use the national instruments to make further exploitation and cross-fertilization. And lastly, as a user, one of the biggest problems, and my organization is, well, not very big at European level, but we have 2,000 people, so we have infrastructures. And for us, it was difficult to deal with all this complexity of the different instruments, both at national, regional, and at European level. But imagine how difficult this is for an SME, for a company. And so we understood that we need to support these entities to understand and to navigate and take full advantage of these different instruments to cover the innovation cycle. And based on that, I had the privilege and the chance for a period of 4 years, 2014, 2018, to become the president of the National Innovation Agency. So I usually like to joke a little bit about that. So I said I moved to the dark side. So which means that allowed me in the beginning to design some instruments from the public side to support this further exploitation. So we created an instrument to make demonstrators and pilot lines using results of privileged support research projects at national level or at European level. So we were making these synergies. And we use this instrument to make the Seal of Excellence national funding of stage 2 of SME instruments. So we use this instrument at national level to do the Seal of Excellence. And later, and the most complicated thing was we use also this instrument to do national funding of Eureka, Eurostars projects with structural funds. It took us 1.5 years to make the rules compatible between the Eureka Eurostar program and the national programs. So when somebody was asking harmonized rules or simplified, and I would say simplified and harmonized rules, for me this is a huge, very, very important, because for stakeholders this is critical because we are the ones that have to deal with the different programs. I know from the public side this is not easy, but as it was mentioned already, the Commission is doing an effort, and I think it's time also for the national regional authorities also to make a step forward, and I'm sure I will come back to that a bit later. So that is my practical experience, and not only from being a stakeholder, but also having the chance to be on the public side and design some of the instruments and implementing some of the instruments that show that is not only possible, but it's feasible, even with some, let's say, difficult framework as we have today or we had in the past. And the potential, the impact is huge. So we should move in this direction. So thank you very much. As you can see, please count me in team synergies.
You also do have the crown. Wonderful. Thank you very much, Mr. Caldera. Thank you for your introduction. Who wants to continue? Mr. Ferrares? Thank you.
Yeah, maybe I can take over from you, Jose, because somehow I see we share quite a number of ideas, because I'm coming also from this experience of exploiting existing results and making it bigger. So for us, the key point was impact. Just to give you more or less a little bit of framework information. We are an Interreg program. What does it mean? We are 2% of the cohesion policy. We are a small thing. And for us, for our governance, for our member states, I'm coming from a transnational program which covers 9 member states in the Central Europe area. Making synergies is crucial. without that, we don't do results, we don't do impacts. So for us, synergies was always around the question, how can we make our funding, our projects be like the catalyst for something bigger, which is funded by bigger organizations, by bigger institutions. And this is where we joined forces with DG Research around the question, how can we increase the impact of R&I and Interreg projects. And I would be happy to tell you maybe later on a little bit how we did concretely, but for us it was a win-win to work with DG Research because we could observe on the territory that very often local and regional stakeholders, they are not aware about R&I results. On the other hand, we as Interreg, as let's say Cohesion Policy, we have very strong ties with the local and the regional level, but sometimes we lack excellence. So we wanted to work together in order to create somehow a stairway to excellence. And this is what maybe I will tell you later.
Thank you very much. Maybe you both, gentlemen, I will be happy to ask you later about this regional cooperation, because that's really the field you've been very active at, both. I'm happy to have you both here. But let's finish the first round. Mr. Osterhoff.
Thank you.
The other direction? Yes.
That's the right direction. Thank you again for inviting me. Frank Osterhoff, I'm working for the DLR Project Management Agency. It's a research institution, but I'm not one of the researchers. It's a project management unit where I'm employed, and we talk today a lot about that people should talk to each other if they want to deal with synergies, taking them into practice. It needs that people talk to each other. So we are hosting a platform, a national dialogue platform on synergies. In Germany, we do it on behalf of the Federal German Ministry for Education and Research, and the topic is most of all synergies between Horizon and the structural funds. So members of the platform are the Ministry of Research, of course, and the Ministry of Economics and Climate Action, and not only on the national level, even on the regional level. So the German regions, the German Bundesländer, they also take part in this platform, and that's quite and pretty unique in Germany that we have a platform for it, and it's not occasionally or something like that. It's an established platform since 2014. So it's about 8 years, and we recognize there that when synergies more and more become important, the demand on such a platform rises as well. So what we are doing there is we have workshops, we have annual meetings. Where the people, the representatives of the ministry, most of all, can talk to each other, can inform each other about good exercise or good practices, about the latest news, what they plan to do, what they are doing, what their experiences. So it's a very it's a very practical orientated partnership, and yeah, what the members are requesting for workshops, and the next workshop we will hold is on the guidelines.
Mm-hmm.
So,
okay,
thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you also for this visualization. It's not so complicated as a picture we have seen in the morning, but also kind of complex, interesting. Thank you very much. So, Ms. Anna Panagopoulou, now in the practical panel, but you have definitely gathered enough inputs also in the first round, maybe.
I would like to share my experience from the last 6 years that I have started to work in the European Commission, particularly in DG Research and Innovation, because over the 6 years we went through different elements of synergies. First, we realized the need of exploiting the results of Horizon programs, because it's not so easy. And then we collaborate with Interreg, we try to collaborate with regions, and I hope now with these new political developments that we have, the missions, the innovation communication, where a particular flagship will be about innovation at regional level, and the new guidelines, will we be able to promote even more the sequential synergies, upstream synergies, but also the synergies in parallel. That this is something that we can use for joint undertakings. We negotiated a lot about that, and we can do it for co-fund partnerships. But I would like also to say, similarly, one of the biggest concrete challenges and examples that we have on synergies, it was when we are preparing the Horizon Europe program and its implementation, where we have a tour de capitale, so we went to all member states with a palette of the new rules for participation in order to discuss with the actors, the beneficiaries, what do you want from us in order to make the program easier and make it possible to have more synergies to the program. And I'm mentioning that because you also ask what is our experience, what the beneficiaries want for us. And one thing I realize is that the beneficiaries, they want simplicity, they want to have clarity of the rules of the game, and they want to have communication about how they could use our instruments. So that goes very much also on synergies. And the third thing that I would like to say, that I was impressed with my recent assignment, it was in the area of research infrastructures. Because if you don't know research infrastructures, you think it's a place where some researchers, they are closed in the labs and they have no contact with the rest of the world. But what I've seen is that research infrastructures could be places where you can do research, where you can interact with the business, with the industry, when you can interact with universities, where you can train researchers and skill researchers. So it's really a place where synergies happen. And I think having all these elements in our mind, we can also reflect and discuss how we can use the various instruments that we have in our we have available in the framework program in order to help all these different elements of synergies and the places where synergies can happen.
Thank you very much. Thank you. And Mr. Wolfgang Polt will finish the first round.
Is it on? Yeah. Yeah, thanks a lot for having me on this panel. Like Mr. Caldera, I'm here with many hats. One of them being I'm a researcher in a public research organization, and we have been dealing for quite some years with mission-oriented policies as a research subject. So for years we have been writing studies, doing empirical work, some of which even has fed into the design of the missions in Horizon Europe. But the reason why I'm probably here is rather that I changed hats recently, and I was asked, you're writing so cleverly about the complexity of mission-oriented policies, why don't you help us implement them? And the first one to ask was the Austrian government, and ever since I'm trying to support the Austrian government's efforts to implement mission-oriented policies, not only, but primarily now in the context of the EU missions. And probably most important to the topic of this conference is that some funding agencies, which are mostly tasked with the implementation of the missions on the national levels, they set up a consortium in responding to a call from the European Commission that looked for coordination among the implementation of the missions on the national levels between the national and the EU levels, between the national and the regional levels, and between the missions. And these funding agencies, they again turned to us as researchers and said, here you have the chance to help us implement it. Take your chance. And that's what we did. And so I'm sitting here also as the coordinator of the TRAMI project, which is an acronym that stands for Transnational Cooperation on the Mission Approach, and which is supposed to help solve or at least tackle the complexities that we are confronting with. And to give you an idea about the complexity, I have prepared this on slides, but it's no point in putting them up. I would like to cite from the recent Council conclusions on the European missions from June this year, just to refresh your memory on the complexity of the mission-oriented approach. And I think you cannot go much higher in terms of complexity when you find that in this document a mission-oriented policy to be a collaborative, transnational, inclusive, multidisciplinary, and cross-sectoral approach to address complex societal challenges through the development of a systemic and coordinated approach across the whole value chain at EU, national, regional, and local level through relevant actors, public policies, private initiatives, and funding instruments and programs within a set time frame and with measurable goals. I stop here. The definition is not yet finished in the document, but you get an idea about the task, and you cannot go much higher in complexity than trying to implement a mission-oriented policy. And how we try to go about it, I'll probably get into in the next round of discussion.
It's all about connected, interconnected Europe, but and about ambitions. But at the same time, we are having some infrastructures, we are having still some qualities already in the field. And Mr. Caldera and Mr. Ferrares, you both are dealing a lot with this regional aspect. And you are also, Mr. Caldera, S3 expert for those questions. S3 means, in this sense, smart specialization strategies. This is something really important I've also read about finding really what is for the region we are talking about, the specific quality, what could we work with? Is this all about synergies too? I mean, and how to work with it, how to identify where to start if you are... We have now heard a wonderful presentation about supercomputing from Ostrava. First, you see, it's not about Prague in the Czech Republic. There are also other very interesting cities. But I mean, this is a key element of all the fundings and all the strategies in Europe to identify and to focus on the right things, also where something already exists in the regions. So maybe could you add something to this level of the how to work with those S3 strategies and so on?
So this issue of synergies, the way you described, I mentioned particularly this sequential funding. It doesn't work if, I'm not saying that is the role of regions or countries. It doesn't matter, because in some cases this is dealt at regional level, in some other cases it's dealt at national level. It's something that you don't sit and wait for the European programs and projects to develop, and then at the end you try to use it. No.
Exactly.
You have to be there from the beginning, and it's important that countries or regions have an active participation at European level in the policy setting, in the definition of priorities. So to make sure of two things. One is that they align their priorities, and they see the matching of their own priorities at national, regional level with the European ones, and select from those which ones are more interesting, and then to be prepared not only to take full advantage of the results after the projects, but to make sure that the stakeholders have an active participation also at European level. And for example, in this case of the missions and PPPs, and it's the same, we have seen only recently we have been seeing, let's say, a growing participation of the regional level in this work at European level, because until recent years this was not very usual, and the risk-free, let's say, exercise, or the risk-free policy that was implemented by the Commission in the previous framework program was a huge step in this direction, because somehow led regions to define their strategies, to see again the complementarities, the synergies at policy and at priority level, with not only between regions but also with at European level, and this paves the way to facilitate this again further exploitation and complementarity. So instruments are a very important piece of the mechanisms, but working at policy level and priority setting is also very important. So it's not only to work at regional level in terms of further exploitation, but it's making sure that we bring also the regions or the national level to the discussion, to the debate at European level. And this is very important. It's much better than it was in the past. In my opinion, it needs to be further developed. And actually was mentioned here. So the Commission is also open to make this more on a more regular basis. It's very important that we mobilize. For example, I'm participating in an initiative. One of our regions, the North region, is participating in the Vanguard initiative at European level. This is a set of regions, more than 30 regions at European level, that are working together precisely to improve their capability to work more closely with European level, bring results from European programs in projects into the regional instruments, and to invest themselves their regional funding into make sure that they have these complementarities, but also at the same level that we bring more agents, more stakeholders from the regions to participate not only in the framework program, in the calls, but also in the initiatives that are defining the programs and the calls in many of these PPPs.
Yeah, thank you. I fully support what you said. Basically, the RIS3 was a big step forward in order to make this process working. But maybe since my program, Interreg Central Europe, covers an area which has, let's say, forefront regions in terms of innovation, and also many regions lagging behind, there is a huge disparity. And there is the problem that very often, from taking the perspective of a 2,500 inhabitants municipality or of a region which is a mere rural region, it's difficult for these stakeholders to enter into the process, to enter into the governing and suggesting the policy making. On the other hand, these people and these institutions are those which could make the most out of the results of the research, just to implement and to apply it. And this is where exactly we are working with our work, with our initiative. And this is why I think there is a huge potential for complementarity and synergies between us, because we can help these people in being able to enter into the R&I funding, to enter into the research, and to benefit of the result of it. And this is especially where we need still to work. I have to tell you, with our experience, we ran quite a number of surveys asking these people what they knew about R&I results. The result of these surveys was that very often even departments in the same organization didn't know that another department was in an Horizon project, for example. And the thing is that we were even not able to identify a good tool for making these results coming from R&I, let's say, known by the stakeholders. And in this respect, I have to say the European Commission DG Research made a huge effort by setting up a tool which is called synergy between Horizon and Interreg projects and results, which is able to make and even visualize on a map the availability of these results in order to make them accessible to the regions and to the stakeholders. And this was really an amazing reaction that we got from the Commission following this experience.
Ms. Panagopoulou, you wanted to add something?
Yes, no, I would like to say that the last period, the last years, in the context of policy making, we have realized one thing, that we can do a lot of developments at European level, but the impact that we are going to have, it will not be enough if we don't go to regional and local level. And that goes very much at the mission approach, because local and regional level and actors that they have to be involved in the missions at local level is very important. But it goes very much also to what we mentioned, the innovation divide and the fragmentation of the collaboration in regions. So certainly, among the things that you are hearing talk too much in the years to come, in the months to come, it will be certainly the missions, because it will only be successful if we have the commitment of the region and the local level. But it will also talk a lot about how we can promote synergies between regions, less developed regions with more developed regions, and with the European landscape, so that we promote deep tech innovation, new innovations that will be developed at regional level and could be scaled up at regional and European level. So this is certainly one of the areas of synergies that we would like also to see. It's not very practical, concrete what I'm saying now, but we hope we'll be able, through in the collaboration between Interreg 3 and structural funds and Horizon Europe, to concretize. But certainly, this is what we would like to work over the period to come. Because if we want to have Europe enhancing and advancing its excellence all together, we can only do it through strong collaboration with the regions.
Okay, thank you very much. Mr. Paul, you wanted to add something also, please, shortly?
Yeah, I would like to add that this is actually a very important topic. It's differently important for different countries. When we put together our consortium, we were confronted by the request from one country that the 90 communes that are dealing with the implementation of missions should be part of the consortium. And another country said, no, we don't do that on a national level. It's the regions, so the 5 regions should be partners of the consortium, which would have brought all the complexities of the European policy making on a one-to-one scale into our consortium process. We found ways around that, but that gives you an idea. And we're actually reaching out very much to the regions. We had discussions with ERIN and the Committee of Regions, how to liaise the different efforts, but it's far from a foregone conclusion how this can be done. And our conclusion is, again, I put on my researcher's hat, from the past empirical studies that we did, for missions to be successful, you need a number of things. And the first thing is governance, governance, and governance. And to find a governance structure which stretches the level from the EU to the regions is quite a tricky task. In Austria, we're working on that by having set up a pretty straightforward structure, which we are currently discussing with other countries whether this could be a model to be adopted or modified. But I think this a mission will not succeed if it does not have a strong governance structure. And we are far from having such structures established.
We're talking already about missions, including in the Horizon Europe. But let's get back to Ostrava. It's always good to have an example. And I found very interesting your position you were in 6 years ago, I guess, when you really had to find those extra fundings, like 40%. And maybe if you compare the situation at that moment and today, would it be today maybe easier because you are much more informed how to get those funding, how to get to the synergies? Maybe people ask you about your experience with this. I mean, this is really a moment about communication, about information. Much has been said, this National Council in Germany, it's everything about information and communications, about to know where and how to get the synergies. So maybe, Mr. Vondrak, if you get back to this point, 2016, and maybe compare it with the situation today, are we better now?
Yeah, I think so. It is. So firstly, as I mentioned, there is really a huge milestone, which is Euro HPCJU. It's we have a natural collaborators in some area, and of course, and from this point of view, it's much more easier to find the right people or institutions for the collaboration. It's much more easier. Once actually, if you are looking around Europe, it's not so easy to find the right one. That's from this point of view, we are much more focused really on the communities.
And from this point of view, I see that the power of the partnerships, because in this way we can really simply find a right partners. But from the other side, we are able, within the JU, we are able to, let's say, to define the right calls and you know, the funding opportunities and so on, directly tailored for the needs of those communities. So from this point of view, I think that's really much different than let's say 5-6 years ago. Yeah, because that time it was really difficult to find, and actually we were trying to find some institutions collaborating on the, let's say, the right. Right research area and so on, providing them what we are able to let's say to deliver and so on. It was difficult. It was much more difficult than right now. Now actually we are much more experienced, yeah, and we have a natural partners either within the partnership Euro-HPC-JU or with the huge experience from the past. Yeah.
We've also identified a key question, which stands: what barriers do you still face? That would be maybe interesting, maybe to start with you, Mr. Vondrak, and to go through the whole round, because those barriers are maybe the topic we should also talk about.
Yeah, the barriers. Yeah, that's. I think that if I look right now, for example, in the JU, I would say there are, let's say, rather the administrative barriers than let's say some content barriers or something like that. I see one of the really administrative problem is how to deal with the national co-funding and so on. That's something what is really very difficult. Right now we finished one project, we submitted the project, we were the coordinator, sorry, and it was not easy to collect, for example, letter of commitments from all partners. So it's really difficult. So they very often they don't understand actually why it's needed and so on. Yeah, and yeah, that's from this point of view, that's something what has to be somehow. Maybe the central financial management is maybe some answer, but not fully, because I think that there is still no guarantee that there will be enough money in the national funding. Yeah, and from this point of view, I remember from our JU that there was also a situation that there were some projects, let's say, stopped before one of the countries. Having the partners in the different projects were not able to let's say to fulfill the commitment. Yeah, and from this point of view, I think this is something what's right now I see as a really quite a huge barrier. It should be somehow solved, but I don't know how well. That's the problem. Okay. So it's not so easy task.
If you allow me, because this is an issue that we have negotiated very heavily, not for Europe HPC, but for the rest of the joint undertakings. It was a similar case. I do agree that administrative barriers, it was a huge problem. I believe with the new framework that I put now for joint undertakings, for tripartite joint undertakings, where member states, they participate, is less of a problem, and that will try to ensure stronger commitments from the member states on an annual basis so that it will be possible to finance the project. We are not yet there, but let's try and see how the framework is going to be implemented, and maybe in the future everybody will realize that there is a worth to test the central financial management, because probably will bring more opportunities for synergies. But I would like to say something else also. The joint undertakings and the partnership in general is an excellent example that first provides a political alignment and a specific goal that we want to achieve. And you said it. So it's a very good instrument that once you set it at European level, then member states, regional authorities could contribute to that, because there is the same objective. So there is an alignment of the objective. And I think in synergies it's very important first to have an alignment of the objectives. The second challenge and obstacles that they were there with the joint undertakings and partnerships in general was that member states were not able to use structural funds as national contributions. Now, with this new synergies framework and the guidelines, it's possible. And I believe this is a step forward to enabling synergies between structural funds, national funds, and funds at European level, plus private participation that is also possible. And I would like also to take the opportunity to ask all of you to read carefully these guidelines, because I believe indeed it's a very good work, and it will be a toolbox for all of you. And don't be disappointed when you see draft guidelines. The guidelines are not draft, are final, but because it needs to be translated in not languages, it's an administrative issue, always an administrative problem, that it says draft. But it is final, and we will really encourage you to read, because you will see, apart from the joint undertakings, a lot of novelties that we have put that will enable synergies in practice.
Gentlemen.
Well, I talk a bit about my past experience, and I will talk now about wishes for the future, and I will address the issue of the barriers. What is being done will be addressed by my colleague here of the National Innovation Agency tomorrow. So 3 years ago, I was invited for the Research and Innovation Days event in Brussels for a panel on synergies, so 3 years ago. And I made, since it was close to Christmas, I made my wish list for Santa Claus for that year. And it has 3 wishes. One is the following. First one is the following. European regulation, ERDF regulation, should have a sentence there saying, if countries or regions want to replicate European funding instruments with structural funds, they can. So which means it's not mandatory, it's on a voluntary base, and of course the state aid rules can still apply. Maybe the funding rates doesn't have to be the same, it's a bit different, but regulations, costs, evaluation procedures, everything. If I want to replicate a research and innovation action instrument at national level with structural funds, I can. Because when I was in the National Innovation Agency, I had exactly the same instrument for innovation actions at national level, but if I want to use the same rules, I was not able to do it, okay? And I think this is a very first step towards harmonization, voluntary harmonization of rules, because this will make the life of stakeholders much easier and will facilitate a lot real synergies. So this is a very simple, it seems very simple, very logic, but a very simple stage. The second request was, if regions want to collaborate and make a program like Aeronets or Eurostars, so inter-regional collaboration, they can do it on research and innovation, they can do it, and also using structural funds, as long they use the same rules as the similar instruments. So this is, again, it's not mandatory. It's an incentive that for regions, if they want to do this with structural funds, they can do it, but they should use the European rules. Again, an incentive for harmonization of rules for the same activities. And the third level of request was, the third wish was, if international evaluation is used in those calls, so if the evaluation is at international level or at European level, then state aid rules will not apply, okay? The three wishes. This was 3 years ago. I got 1.5, more or less, from what I know. So as it was mentioned, we can already use, and not what you said, you can already use structural funds, co-funding European, and very important for that part, the rules that apply to structural funds are the European ones. So this is very important, because if you have, like I had in the past, to make the rules compatible, if they are different, it took me 1.5 years, and it will not fly. So this was already a very good step forward. So I got, for my list, 1.5. So I'm waiting for, I know that this is not, it will not come everything on one step, but I'm a very patient, very persistent guy, so I hope that in the next steps we'll get there. So I'm very curious to see these guidelines and see what we are able in practice to do, because it's not only enough to put it on the regulations. Then you have to deal with the entities at national level and regional level and European level. So we know, and know that mentalities take time to change. Examples are very important, but as I said, we are moving in the right direction, so I'm very happy, but we are still far from being there. Thank you.
Thank you. That was very well structured. So we are not talking only about barriers to be removed, but you are also answering the question how to improve the system itself. So maybe, gentlemen, if you want to go on with this barriers or improvements debate, please. Who does want to start?
Yeah, very much. I mean, of course, I feel a little bit guilty, so to say, because I'm one of the guys who has to apply structural funds rules and to control beneficiaries that they do it properly, you know. So, so to say, I fully share the concern you expressed, and I have to say also myself, in 2019, I have some wish list for Christmas, and one of them was exactly on state aid. And being the one that has to implement state aid rules at the local and the regional level, maybe with companies participating in trainings or things like that, it was really a nightmare. And for that, I have to say, I'm very happy. I was very happy when I read the new General Blockage Sampling Regulation, which it didn't really eliminate the issue, but it simplified a lot. It was a big step forward, and now we are really happy to start applying this new framework, which gives us a concrete answer to a big challenge, which was state aid application. Another one, more general, is that synergies do not happen by themselves. There are two crucial things in our view. The first one is that there has to be somebody on the local level, always talking from this perspective, on the local and regional level that has to help stakeholders to participate and to maybe join forces through different funding schemes. And these organizations could be what we call multipliers, the regional agencies, regional development agencies, these kind of organizations which have a crucial role in helping local stakeholders in participating in these projects, in this funding. And this is one thing. The other thing is that there is the need to have some funding, as we did with our test, with our pilot, in order to make the results going into something which continues afterwards. And this can be done very concretely, and we have evidence of it, that by putting together results of Horizon and results coming from Interact, but can be also from mainstreaming programs, the result is a synergy. 1 + 1 is no more 2, but it is maybe 3 or even more. And we have evidence for that.
Thank you very much. Mr. Osterhoff.
Thank you. When I received the questions for the preparation of the conference, I thought about what are the bottlenecks. And before I worked for the DLR project management agency. I had the chance to work for a university and for several two economic development offices of 2 cities. So my experience is that that a lot of program planners and a lot of applicants are not really aware of the chance of the advantages of synergies. So I think it has two reasons. I think the main reason is synergies are not really known on the local level, on the regional level. And so taking part in partnerships or in interregional partnerships, it's a very good step in the direction. So the people need to have the experience that being in a partnership, being in a network with other people is an advantage and not only an effort. So if I can do the things of my own, it's the easier thing I can have. So I can decide of my own. I can choose what I want. If I want to take part in a network or collaborate with other people, I have to deal with other opinions. I have to deal with other mindsets. So if you want to force people more to do more synergies or taking advantage of synergies, we have to present good examples on a very practical level. Everybody knows that he or she can apply for grants in several programs, but tomorrow. In the first panel, somebody said synergies are a very and it needs a strategic vision. I think that's the point. Synergies are a step into a strategic development. So, and when we can present good examples, the people will take the effort and go into synergies. More than not only in one project in a more strategic way, on a long run, on a midterm run.
Mm-hmm. Let's stay by those two key questions. What barriers do you face, and how to improve the system? Maybe Mr. Polt, if you want to add something, or...
Yeah, when thinking about what barriers for the implementation or for the success of missions, a lot of things can come to your mind. The mere complexity of the effort, as I have been pointing to, is a barrier in itself. Our government and governance systems are as of yet not fully capable of dealing with such large-scale societal problems, and we experience this all the way through. We are confronted with crises, and these are the current crises are break or make tests for our administrative and political capacities, and sometimes we just master them, and sometimes we fail. And the topics the missions are addressing, and beyond the 5 missions of that are currently addressed in Horizon Europe, we are not allowed to fail, because if we fail there, it would have catastrophic consequences. If we are not able to address climate change, if we are not able to address pandemics on the scale as we have seen very recently, our societies may not sustain, at least not in the way they are. So the mere complexity is a problem. But following up on what Mr. Osterhoff said, you need a strategic vision, and you need a strategic vision that creates political commitment. If you don't have political commitment, and in the case of the mission, it would be with respect to the goals of the mission, as well as to the policy approach. And if you don't have sufficient political commitment that has to be based on a societal consensus on the warranty of these goals, we will fail. And I think with respect to the missions, this political commitment is there, but it is as of yet not strong enough and not too much diffused in all corners of government or society. Let me give you an example. In the Austrian context, there are still ministries saying, oh, what missions? I don't have to deal with the missions because I'm dealing with business ecosystems. So where is the connection? And I don't think that my country is an exception in this vein. And probably not even the European Commission, though it has to be positively acknowledged that DG RTD is working in the missions with the DG, with the other DGs on a much better level than it was in the past. But I think without a strong political signal that has to come from top, all the discussions that we have on the operative details are just that, operative details. But then again, they are not unimportant. And when it comes to the operative detail, where I see currently really a barrier in the efforts to implement the mission, and that's resources. I'm not speaking about the funding of research. I'm speaking about the resources that governments and administrations commit to these tasks. Again, referring to my own country, but I could name other examples as well. If you want to save our soils with 30% of a full-time equivalent in a ministry coordinating the efforts, chances are that you might probably not succeed. And I think the same level of resources or lack of resources can be seen through all the different government levels that we have been addressing, starting from the Commission to the national governments and the regions. And if we don't shore up this in the very near future, we will have a hard time of bringing these very important topics to the ground and being successful in implementing them in time. Some of these missions were around 20 or 30 years time period. Some aspects of it should be solved pretty soon. And hence, the resources in terms of governmental and administrative capacities are currently the most serious operational bottleneck. It's not the research money or other sources of funding. And getting back to governance, I admired very much the example from Mr. Vondrak, because basically he is doing on a smaller scale, if you allow me to put it this way, what we have to do on a much larger scale in the missions. He has brought together funding streams from different angles, given from different rationales with different funding rates and what you have. He has brought together stakeholders all across Europe from different motivations to participate, and we have to do exactly the same on a scale a few thousand times larger. And again, coming back to what I think is the most important thing in implementing the missions, he could do that because apparently he had a good governance structure in the background. And if we are not able to establish such government structures, we are in the infancy of doing so. But if we are not able to establish appropriate governance structures, and they might be appropriate for each different mission individually, again, that is a barrier that we will find hard to straddle. And in terms of what would I have on the wish list, again, the state aid rules. In the mission, we are discussing about, and it's a very difficult and intricately sensible discussion, what is a mission-oriented policy? And we are discussing about labeling. And labeling can have public relations purposes and just showing off, but it can, in a better way, be used as to signal that this is investment or this is government spending or action that has to receive preferential treatment. State exemption from state aid rules being one of the important things. If something is labeled as being an effort into a mission-oriented policy, it should be exempt from the very start. And that does not only apply to R&D money, because if you think about investing in cities becoming carbon neutral, you think about transport systems, energy systems, construction, what you have. And then, and this is a very far-fetched wish, I'm sure if I'm back 5 years from now on a panel like that, I will be able to repeat that, but I think we have to think in the future, and this relates to governance. I think the Commission should start thinking right now, what would it need in terms of governance structures located on a central European level in the form of agencies, regulating bodies, procurement, to fulfill the missions. And this again might look different from mission to mission. It's certainly different from cancer to climate change. But there are small kind of seeds in this vein, and some of them I would at least see in the European Defence Fund, which in some of the aspects of its working can serve as a role model to be taken to other areas of missions.
Thank you very much, Mr. Paul, for this conclusion. Ladies and gentlemen, it's time for your questions. It would be pity not to invite you to join the discussion. We have some questions on Slido already, but it would be better maybe to start with one from the audience directly. There is a microphone, there is the hand.
Yes, Thomas Urbano, TG Masaryk Water Research Center. I would like to ask panelists about their experience with research concerning public interest, because these days, especially when we speak about climate change and so on, so not everything can be monetized and can be transferred to some money, and then we start to speak about co-financing and payments and such things. But it is kind of synergy concerning interest of the government, concerning the research which would support their, let's say, plans and reactions and so on. And that is what, for instance, us, because we do research in water, so most of that is really in interest of public and not about that. And I would like to ask especially Mr. Ferrarese, because it concerns Interreg programs, which have got, let's say, biggest discount on research because they've got highest co-financing, and also the conditions are not the best. And most of that is in the interest of the governments and cross-border cooperation and so on, and it's mostly in public interest. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Please.
Well, I have to say, I think it was also said in the previous panel today that research is about everything, basically, and research can be applied, research can be on various levels, research can be, for sure, for public interest, and this is exactly where also we, as program, we are trying, without overlapping or without repeating what other programs which are specialized for research are doing, what we are trying to do to help especially public authorities to access these research funds and these research facilities. This is what we are doing there, and I think there is ample room for coordination between our programs and the R&I programs in this respect. On the co-financing, of course, since we are tailored for such kind of organizations, for example, in our program, the EU co-finance is 80%, and in some countries there is even a national co-financing scheme. So it is, let's say, the threshold to access to our funding is lower than compared to other programs, and that's why I think in this respect we could work in this sense and give you some concrete answers to that.
Okay. Does anybody else want to answer? If not, let's collect another question. Do we have one from the audience? There at the back, and then I see there.
Yes, so my name is Jonathan Lamprecht, work for the Swiss State Secretariat for Education, Research and Innovation. I have a question, and maybe to some extent a selfish one. The Czech Deputy Minister said beforehand, I think there were two important points. One, that is that we need synergies because we're running towards budgetary constraints. And then the other point was, and I think there's a certain contradiction, that we need a lot of communication and coordination on all levels of governments. How does that fit together, and how can we assure in the next 10 years that we're not running into a wall, that everybody's busy with their own little tasks because we have these constraints on the financial resources that will make it impossible to coordinate between each other?
Thank you. Thank you. Dark vision of the future.
Well, let me try.
Yeah.
I don't know if I'll be able to do it, but in any case. You mentioned this need of synergies from the public side. Let me tell you that the first need for synergy is not from the public side, it's from the stakeholder side. Because we need synergies. As I said, I've been working 20 years in synergy because I felt the need of synergies. Because in the beginning, I felt the need to bring the results, the TRL levels of research results at European level, to further develop them or to transfer them to another sector. And this cannot be done at European level. I have to do it at national level. So this comes from a need, okay? And now today, what we see is that the challenges we are facing, as it was mentioned, there is no way, for example, the emissions, the impact, but also the other PPPs, there's no way we can achieve this impact if we work only at European level. Forget it. We need to work with at national and regional level. Not also only because it's a need, because it makes sense, you know. If I'm able, from the same public investment in research done at European level, where I develop the technology and apply this technology in the automotive sector, for example, but if this technology has a potential to benefit many other sectors, it will be, let me be very blunt, it will be stupid not to take advantage of these characteristics of this key enabling technology and bring it to other sectors, to other regions, taking a much higher impact from the same public investment. And this is, again, is a win-win because it's good for the public investment from the public side, but it's also good for the stakeholders because who owns the technology are able to further develop and to get more feedback. So there is a need from the challenges we are facing. Now, the public side will implement this as a reaction to this need. We have to be, that's my opinion, we have to be very, very let's say, conscious on this. The main drivers for this change will be us, the stakeholders, because we will ask the Commission, we need these synergies, otherwise this will not work. The Commission and the Member States will react to this need. So if I was planning to sit and wait until these guys, these gentlemen, these organizations sit together and agree among themselves, I better be waiting seated. So I know that I need to have an active role in this process. I have to explain them why I need this, and as I mentioned before, give some examples to see if some ideas to see if they are able to do it. But this will be from the public side a reaction to a need from the market, from the stakeholders, and from society that will claim for these synergies. And that's why I think it will happen. It will take more time, less time we will see, but it will happen. And we are seeing already, as it was mentioned, results moving in the right direction. That's why I'm happy with this change.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have like 2 or 3 more minutes, and I've seen more hands, more than one, and we have also questions on Slido. Let's pick one from the audience, one from here. Please, who does want to answer, do it, but we will shortly conclude. So one question from the audience.
Yes, hello, thank you very much. My name is Anne Müngersdorf. I'm coming from the region of North Rhine-Westphalia in Germany, and I'm project manager of the project Synergies in North Rhine-Westphalia. One important project which is already as well on the platform Mr. Osterhoff mentioned. And I have a question to all of the speakers of the panel. Are you connecting innovation procurement, because Wolfgang Polt mentioned procurement in his last comments, and barriers? Have you interlinks with the high performance computer to innovation procurement, or with the Interact program, or the other things? Because I think innovation procurement is important transformer for building synergies as well. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So it was on all of you, but who does want to answer? Okay.
I can say it was when we discussed also the regional aspects, and in fact we have a quite good collaboration in Interact. So we had a project in HPC. It was the exchange of the experience of the knowledge transfer in HPC to industrial partners, and how to deal with that and so on. So from this point of view, I will be very happy if something like this will continue also in the future. So that actually there are some links, at least in the Interact, of course, so on this regional level. So, but I don't know whether also the other.
Please.
Of course, it's an important topic. Innovation in procurement is really an important topic, and the characteristic of our funding is that we are very much bottom-up. Let's say we give the strategic framework, but there is quite enough freedom for stakeholders to propose what they find for them most important. So this is one of the topics that for sure will continue in our funding scheme, and not only for my program, but I would say for most of the Interact programs, at least for what I know.
So I would like to say doesn't it work? Yes. I would like to say from our side, from the European Commission, that we do recognize the regulatory gaps in innovation procurement. And it's one of the topics that we have identified after discussing with different stakeholders from the innovation side as well. And it's one of the priorities that we would like to work with member states through support facilities to help member states to better apply innovation procurement through exchanges of best practices and through establishing a network with member states to discuss this issue. And of course, this is something not just for member states, it's also for region at the same time, but indeed, it's one of the bottlenecks for innovation in Europe.
Yeah, okay. So we have really some questions from Slido. Let's do it really totally briefly, because we can't ignore Slido. It's just like that. Maybe let's take the first one. It's the lead agency approach for research funders is built on trust. Should we call on EU institutions and member states to adopt a trust-based approach to applications, monitoring and reporting procedures in their programs to boost synergies? I mean, let's conclude with the topic of trust. Trust in the role of Czech presidency, trust in synergies. Who does want to conclude with this question? It would be nice final.
Well, I have to say I feel very touched by this question, because I do believe that we were talking a lot about simplification here. We have to be aware that simplification means trust. At the end of the day, when you go to a bank to get a loan, you have to sign like 2 kilos of paper. Here you are getting funding, and at the end of the day, the simplification brings that there is a good story track of cooperation with stakeholders which receive and implement. And at the end of the day, looking more at the results rather than the papers is confirming that the trust is paying off. And I think this is a path it was started at the European level already some years ago, and it's continuing on a good direction, in my opinion.
Ms. Paragopoulou.
A quick thing from my side. We tried very hard in Horizon 2020 and even further in Horizon Europe to have a trust-based approach, to simplify the program, to ask less information. And I think we have a big difference, we made a big difference, which has been transposed to other centrally managed programs. Probably we are not yet there. Maybe the new approach of lump sums, where we give the funding based on activities and output and not anymore on financial reporting, could be the next step.
Okay, so let's trust and hope that this discussion will continue throughout the whole presidency, and I was very happy to have you here as a panelist. Thank you very much once more for joining us. Thank you. And we are about to have the final point of today's program. I would like to ask Mr. Martin Bunček, the Managing Director of Czech Technology Agency. His role was, until now, in the background as a rapporteur of the day, but now we will hear some key points from the topics we've talked about. Thank you very much for doing this important role, and please, the floor is yours.
Yeah, thank you, Tomáš. Ladies and gentlemen, I had a hard aim to wrap up the discussion, the last discussion, without the coffee break. So my apologies for the last panelists that maybe all the ideas will not be included, but I will include it after that. So that was a discussion full of ideas today. Not surprisingly, most of the discussed topics will be included in Prague Declaration. It will be published soon. Now I will recap today's discussion, emphasizing the things included in the Prague Declaration, but also some new ideas that may be considered as well. Synergies. What are the synergies? What is the difference between complementarity and the synergy? These are the questions raised during the discussions. Synergies between EU programs, including the Horizon Europe, Digital Europe, and others, and national and regional programs for research and innovation are cross-cutting need to capitalize on the full potential of investments into the research and innovation. There was a clear political support and commitment from the top persons, 2 ministers, 1 commissioner, and other policymakers. Key messages from ministers and commissioner were looking for barriers, their definition. It's important to consult the beneficiaries and the persons who are implementing the synergies and implementing the programs to look for the barriers. There was mentions challenges in joining policies and technical details. It's sometimes easy to have a conclusion on some policy, but the devil is in detail, in implementation especially. The real collaboration, from cooperation to collaboration, was mentioned as well by the Minister Langšádlová. It's very important. We are not supposed only to cooperate, the programs among, but also to collaborate, to elaborate the programs together. That's very important. Not to forget private investors. We are always talking about the public money, but private investors are very interesting and important source of money and in the investments into research and innovation. The call for concrete examples was expressed, I think, very heavily from the commissioner. And importance of well-defined policy targets was also mentioned. And 44 billion euro and 56 billion euros directed for research and innovation from Recovery and Resilience Fund and Cohesion Policy was also mentioned. And the ecosystems was also mentioned as important. For Czech presidency, it's clear a priority supported not only by other member states, but also by the Commission. Even one of the reasons for this priority is the foreseen lack of money. The real driver is to close the innovation divide, prevent overlapping and putting efficiently sources, not only the money, together. There was a clear example of synergies based on the Eli-Eric consortium, including the obstacles as well. The important takeaways notes include the importance of open access to the research infrastructures that need clear rules. Interesting was the mention of component annual growth rates of some technologies that are faster than the number of experts or graduates. The Haldane principle was also mentioned and questioned in relation to the aim of ERIC consortium. Researchers and stability in their work was also stressed as important. During the debate, the example of Sweden in the use of synergies was presented, as well as the good practice examples from Slovakia and Spain. It includes, for example, the synergetic approach to many agendas in Sweden and collaboration between different administrations on local, national, and European level in Spain. The main obstacles mentioned during the discussion was different rules, complex regulations, timing between instruments, meaning not only the call timing, increased level of challenges in multinational projects stemming from additional national rules applicable. The panelists also showed their view on what's important. The topics mentioned included the importance to look at the research careers, ask researchers for the needs from their point of view and experience, simplification of rules, and co-design and co-creation of policies. The interesting idea was extension of condition-based transfers between different money sources, meaning the funds. Interesting ideas emerged also from questions and answers part. Among them, the idea of clarification whether the Horizon Europe call or other supranational call is synergy-friendly, and concrete link to to the recently published Synergy Guide would be really helpful for the beneficiaries. Also, the question of synergy between other European instruments, not directly discussed, like European Defence Fund or European Development Fund, was really opening eyes when thinking in synergies. From the discussion of practitioners of synergies, some for many years, the complexity of synergies was discussed. The sequential funding was mentioned as the simple synergy, and it was stressed to include this in the designing of future policies synergetic in nature. The contrast of views of policymakers and practitioners, of if you want beneficiaries or researchers or company owners, was obvious. The inclusion of all stakeholders within one discussion platform was an interesting example from Germany. The role of regions was discussed, and the importance of being close to the target groups, researchers, companies, was stressed, bringing regions to the policy discussions. Discussed was the idea that synergies are about strategic planning and strategic development. The synergy doesn't come suddenly ad hoc. It has to be considered from the beginning when designing the policies and especially the instruments. Last but not least, the deeper simplification of state aid rules was like a red line going through the whole discussion. During the question and answers part, the interesting topic of inclusion of innovation procurement in the synergies was raised. From answers, it is clear that the innovation procurement is still a bottleneck alone. Ladies and gentlemen, every obstacle has the solution. Complexity can be tackled by simplification. But these are only the words. Even important, especially when politically supported, we need to work on concrete actions. For these actions, the political support is important, and from today's discussions, the importance of finding consensus in synergies is clear. We look forward to tomorrow's panels providing the concrete examples. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Martin. So, I mean, there was a perfect final conclusion for today. I have just 3 more practical remarks. We will meet again tomorrow in the morning. I hope you will all join us for those 4 panels. All of them are very interesting. There is the overview. But now there's a possibility to join the tour through the building. The meeting point is also at the back. Then the dinner will be served in 18:30, but there is already a welcome drink waiting. And there are the buses driving from and towards the Hotel Panorama for all the speakers who are here and also in the morning. So I hope you all enjoyed this first day, and we'll meet each other tomorrow. So have a great evening.